Chapter 1037. Bayphone County. It was close to the northern tower, but it was not the territory of the witches. It belonged to the church that served the Lady of Night. The Church of the Gods had many private lands in the material plane. After the end of the era of Queen Isabella, there were no more powerful empires in the material plane, and the church took the opportunity to gain some secular power. However, under the constraints of the gods, the church did not dare to steal too much power. They only controlled the range of a city, just like the harvest city controlled by the Church of the Goddess of Agriculture. Soren also dealt with it the same way. His church had great influence in Mordor City, but he did not have much secular power. Bayphone County was controlled by the church under the command of Lady of Night, but there was still a puppet baron nobleman on the surface. This noble himself was a believer of Lady of Night. This was a common method used by the gods to support the nobles who believed in them to become lords, to achieve the effect of secretly controlling and influencing them. At this time, near a cemetery in Bayphone County, a group of floating ghost fire was wandering. This was a very common phenomenon, because after Death God Nero's scheme succeeded, the number of the wisps and ghosts increased exponentially. Now, the nobles did not dare to bury their corpses near their original graves, and many large-scale graveyards were dangerous even during the day. This ghost fire seemed to be irregular, but if one looked carefully, they could find that they were controlled by some kind of power to monitor the surroundings. Near a large mausoleum in the south of the cemetery, a secret door suddenly opened, and then a lich came out. He carefully observed the surroundings, and then cast a teleportation spell to leave. Below the mausoleum, it was a very wide underground tomb. It was originally the tomb of an earl, but it was later transformed into an underground stronghold by the lich. The passages in all directions were more than 10 kilometers long, and there were fatal magic traps everywhere. Just the door was guarded by 2 ancient mummies, and then there were 2 coffins inside. Creatures full of evil were hidden in them. Damn it! An angry roar came from the bottom of the underground tomb. A pale golden skeleton holding a staff looked at the test bench in front of him and roared, "Damn the goddess of magic and death! Verges! Golden skeletons!" The lich, whose entire body was made of golden bones, indicated his identity. He was the lich god, Vishalin. Demigod-level lich liked to transform his body. After success, he would be immune to more than 85% of physical damage. The transformed form would be the golden skeleton in front of him. During the time of troubles, many demigod liches had turned into this form, and the lich god in front of him seemed to have just completed the transformation not long ago. Not long ago, the lich god, Vishalin, was ambushed by the goddess of death and magic verges. The powerful goddess of death and magic verges killed the lich god on the spot. But, as a lich, Vishalin still had his phylactery. This gave him a chance to resurrect. After successfully resurrecting, the god of lich would be extremely weak, so he had no choice but to hide and avoid enemies. For some reason, he hid here and tried to repair the phylactery. However, Verges, who was in charge of death, was not easy to deal with. The phylactery of the god of lich was severely damaged, and even his body had to be rebuilt. The golden skeleton was only at the level of a demigod. This golden skeleton was much weaker than his previous body. On the test bench in front of him, a strange metal box was suspended in the air, and it was full of cracks. This was the wound left by Verges, the goddess of death and magic. The divine power of death damaged the phylactery of the god of lich. The god of lich tried to repair the phylactery, but the avatar crisis limited his power, so several attempts ended in failure. No one knew when. The sky became dark. A thin and slender figure appeared near this cemetery, as if some kind of power shrouded this place, and all the wisps stayed in place. 2 little girls, one in black and one in white, wearing exquisite princess dresses, appeared on the left. They looked happy and seemed to be playing some fun game. Occasionally, they would get together and whisper a few words, as if they were plotting something interesting. On the other side, a beautiful witch quietly appeared. 36 golden tarot cards floated around her body. The scepter of Savras emitted a strange light, blocking all sensing and prophecy spells. She walked in the gloomy place, as if waiting for someone's order. "Let's do it." Soren's figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Then Vivian and Lillian sped up, and Gloria launched Time Stop. "Brother." The sword of destruction appeared in Vivian's palm, and Lillian reached out and grabbed the flame whip from the void. The two little girls said at the same time, "Leave the things outside to us." The abnormal energy suddenly alarmed the ancient mummy guarding the door. Soren nodded and walked past the two creatures. Then when he passed the coffin, suddenly two black shadows rushed out. The pale and rotten ancient vampires appeared and screamed at Soren. Divine shockwave. Soren did not pay attention to these enemies. After a divine shock wave forced them back, he quickly moved forward. These enemies were dealt with by Vivian, Lillian, and Gloria. His goal was the god of Lich. The other party had sensed Soren's arrival and tried to escape, but the nearby space had been blocked. In the deepest part of the underground tomb, Soren's figure slowly appeared. At the moment he appeared, overwhelming spells fell. There were at least 5 legendary spells among the dozens of spells. In an instant, Soren's figure was drowned and then disappeared. No! The vigilant god of Lich immediately noticed the abnormality and quickly retreated. But it was too late. Another figure of Soren appeared, and the silver-white stream of light turned into a storm and slashed at him. It was Soren's simulacrum that had just entered the door. The god of Lich's carefully prepared round of attack was powerful. In an instant, the simulacrum, which had 60% of Soren's strength, was destroyed. "It's useless." Soren approached expressionlessly. Shadow Realm, Death Realm, Slaughter Realm. The realm close to the great divine power sealed the space. Soren quickly approached and then turned into a golden giant. God's descent. He did not give the god of Lich any chance at all because the other party also had a part of the divine power of death. He also had the divine powers of immortality, liches, necromancers, and necromancers. This was not an opponent that could be underestimated. The god of Lich may not be powerful, but the domains that he had mastered were also very deadly, including death, evil, magic, and immortality. "No!" A desperate scream sounded. Soren's attack destroyed the body of the god of Lich in an instant. The difference between minor divine power and intermediate divine power was so huge. After losing the initial opportunity, the god of Lich could not resist at all under Soren's storm-like attacks. His physical body was destroyed. Then a golden soul appeared and instantly turned into a stream of light, ready to escape. Death Prison. Soren knew that it was easy to destroy the body of the god of Lich, but it was difficult to kill him. He used the divine power of death to seal the other party's soul, and then connected to the target's phylactery in an instant. With a surge of divine power, Soren directly launched the ability of divinity to destroy the other party's phylactery. Crack! The sound of something breaking was heard. The next moment, a row of data appeared in front of him. Kill god of Lich, Vishalin, extracting soul energy from the target. You've gained 3650,000 slaughter EXP. Target has divinity, extracting divinity from the target. You've gained 15 divinity. Target has divinity, extracting divinity from the target. You've gained 12 divinity. Seize part of the target's divine power. Immortality, divine power extraction. Compatibility, 55%. Part of the ability devoured and transformed into death, divine power. Lich, divine power extraction. Compatibility, 25%. Part of the ability devoured and transformed into death, divine power. Necromancer, divine power extraction. Compatibility, 15%. Part of the ability devoured and transformed into death, divine power. Mage, divine power extraction. Compatibility, 75%. You've gained the domain of Mage. Necromancer, divine power extraction. Compatibility, 45%. Your domain of Mage has been strengthened. Your domain of Death has been strengthened. devour, domain of magic. Your domain of death has been upgraded. Divinity ability, death sense, has been activated. From now on, you can use the ability to sense certain places where death has occurred. This divinity ability allows you to sense any death that has occurred in the target within 3 weeks. The golden light of divinity fused into Soren's body. But at the same time, a part of the divinity was rejected by Soren and flew towards the nearest target with the ability to fuse. A small part of the divinity fused into Vivian and Lillian's body, and a large part of it flew towards Gloria. As a pure northern witch, Gloria automatically absorbed part of the divinity and divine power that the god of Lich took from the god of mages. At the same time, Gloria obtained part of the divine power of mage and the domain of magic on top of her original abilities. The battle ended quickly. Because this was the territory of the Lady of Night's church, Soren did not dare to stay any longer. After killing the god of Lich, he immediately left with the others. But not long after Soren's figure left, an elegant woman wearing a gorgeous robe appeared. She frowned as she looked at the target in front of her and murmured, "Someone beat us to it." Who? Chapter 1038. Who is it? The goddess of magic and death, Verges, strolled in the gloomy graveyard. At this moment, her brows were furrowed, and she seemed a little unhappy. The god of liches had always been her target. For this reason, the goddess of magic and death, Verges, even killed the god of liches once. However, because the other party had a phylactery, she at least damaged the phylactery in the end, reducing the other party's chances of resurrection. Since then, the whereabouts of the god of liches had become strange. There were almost no traces of him, and it took her a lot of effort to find him. However, just before she arrived, the god of liches had already been killed. Looking at the traces left behind, it was at most half an hour ago. The goddess of magic and death, Verges, used the power of the divinity of death, trying to find traces of the first target. However, she actually couldn't see anything. She could only vaguely feel 2 shadows, one black and one white. The other party is also a god. The goddess of magic and death, Verges, murmured, and at least in existence with mid-level divine power. Otherwise, it would be impossible to interfere with my death perception. Then, another beautiful female figure appeared. She continued, "There's someone else? A female mortal? No, it should be a demigod." The underground tomb had been completely destroyed. Verges found the bodies of 2 ancient mummies at the entrance. Without a doubt, their souls had been imprisoned and extracted. There were also vampires that had turned into ashes beside them. These should be the servants controlled by the god of liches. This god was very timid. Although Vishalin was the god of liches, he was very wary of liches. He was afraid that his divine power would be stolen by his own kind, so there were very few liches around him as servants. Most of the valuable things in the underground tomb had been looted clean. The person who took the lead should be a veteran. Even some of the test benches were directly emptied. The goddess of magic and death, Verges, finally came to the deepest part. She found traces of a battle. Other than the initial attack, it was almost a one-sided suppression. 2 mid-level divine powers gods. Verges fell into deep thought and muttered to herself, "I think I know who it is." 2 mid-level divine powers gods appeared at the same time, and they were one step ahead. Seems like only that deity with the ability of death and tracking can do that. Soren's identity was obvious. It was easy to find Soren, who held the divine title of tracking, because Vigus believed that other than Soren, there were few gods who could beat her to it. A little noise came from outside. Verges frowned slightly and sensed for a moment before saying softly, "It seems to be a disciple of Lady Night. Forget it. Let's leave this place first." As a deity from another world, she did not want to interact with the Lady of the Night. This ancient goddess had a bad temper, and she was not friendly to the gods of the other world. In fact, most of the great divine powers were not very friendly to the gods of the other world. They thought that the gods of the other world were snatching their territory. For the gods with great divine power, the material plane was their territory. Mordor City. After returning from killing the Lich God, Soren was in a good mood. After a preliminary inventory of the spoils, he held Gloria in his arms and celebrated happily in the room. Even gods needed to relax once in a while. Although the Lich God, Visharan, was only a minor divine power, as a two-sided fence-sitter, he really had a lot of good things on him. At first, Visharan was a mortal. Later, he was promoted to a god by the Lord of Storms. In order to escape the oppression of the Lord of Storms, this guy turned to the goddess of magic and thus became a god of the god of mages. As a result, this guy was not satisfied. He secretly reconciled with the Lord of Storms and secretly expressed goodwill to Lady of the Night. He took advantage of this to strengthen himself. At first glance, he was a typical fence-sitter. However, this fence-sitter was a big winner in the Avatar crisis. After the goddess of magic had an accident, he immediately betrayed and plotted against the god of mages. At the same time, he seized part of his priesthood and divine power. If he had not been killed by Verges, the goddess of magic and death, and finally died in the hands of Soren, the Lich God would have quickly mastered the priesthood of mage and directly promoted to a lesser divine power. It might even have been promoted all the way to an intermediate divine power. It is necessary to mention the priesthood and domain of the fallen god of mages, Azuz. His priesthood was wizard, mage, and spellcaster in the general sense. His domain was illusion, knowledge, magic, order, and spells. Azuz was once the first preaching mage and the most powerful mortal mage at that time. He defeated the god of prophecy, Savras, and imprisoned him in the scepter. Now, the scepter was in the hands of Gloria. It was obvious that the Lich God, Visharan, and the god of mages, Azuz, had a lot of compatible abilities. The first was the priesthood of wizard and mage. The Lich God mastered the necromancer, which was only one of the professions of mage. Then there were illusions, knowledge, magic, and spells. These were all powers that the Lich God could absorb. Unfortunately, this guy's talent was not very good. Until now, he had only fused with the domain of magic. Soren found the weapon of the god of mages in the Lich God's treasure vault. It was a grade 3 artifact, the Old Staff. It had a very simple name, but the power of the god of mages was sealed. It included wizard, mage, illusion, knowledge, and spells. It seemed that the Lich God learned very quickly. He even learned the method that the god of mages used to deal with the god of prophecy. It really felt like an eye for an eye. The soul of the god of mages had already been scattered. The old staff itself was not a very powerful artifact. Its most important role was to help the god of mages repair the magic net. There were remnants of Azutha's soul fragments in it, and Soren could absorb mage and knowledge. As for the other abilities, Soren already had enough domains. So he was prepared to give it to Gloria and the Fallen, which to see what they could gain from it. Gloria currently had the abilities of prophecy, wizard, knowledge, and so on. If she could gain the power of spells and illusion, then she would very likely replace Azuz and become the new god of mages. This was a very good idea. According to Soren's judgment, there would be a battle between the goddess of magic, the Lady of Silvermoon, and the Lady of Night. It was hard to say who would win in the end. If something happened to the goddess of magic, then Gloria might have a chance to replace her after becoming the god of mages. The weave was very important in Soren's future plans. If Gloria could control the power of the weave, then not only would she be of great help to Soren, but she could also help him limit the abuse of the weave by mortals. If Soren wanted to become a greater divine power, there were many things that he needed to rely on the weave. Night fell. Gloria, with a satisfied expression, went to the arcane tower to study a new staff, while Soren prepared to deal with Naruto and Sirik. Just as the night was getting darker, a tall and plump figure appeared outside the door. The Fallen which stood at the door and hesitated for a moment. Then she pushed the door open and entered Soren's room. Is it time? Soren glanced at her and raised his eyebrows. The Fallen which nodded gently and then said, I already have some clues about the plague of the undead. Give me some more time, and I should be able to solve it. Soren nodded and then said, "Maybe you should try the realm of the gods. The Avatar crisis has broken out. This is the best time and the worst time. If you miss this opportunity, even in the future, I won't be able to help you easily become a god. In the future, Gloria and I will both go to the kingdom of God. I think you don't want to stay alone in the material plane. Since you already have the divinity of the goddess of pestilence, you should try to explore the realm of the gods further." The fallen witch fell into deep thought and then said, "I will try. Becoming a god. This kind of thing was really a bit far away from mortals. If it wasn't for the Avatar crisis, it might not be possible to succeed in thousands of years. Let's begin." Soren put down the book in his hand and waved his hand. The space around them was sealed. The fallen witch's face was flushed, and she walked to Soren meekly. Then she slowly knelt down like a little bitch. "It seems that I have to find a way to solve the problem on your body." Soren's expression was a little subtle, but he still said in a deep voice, "I have all the influence in the abyss. If possible, I will find a way to help you remove the mark on your body." The trace of the queen of succubus. Soren had been a little aware of it, but this demon lord was not easy to deal with. Her combat power might not be strong, but her ability was very strange, almost reaching the extreme of certain field. This kind of extreme conversion of aura, even Soren might not be able to resist, especially when he was only in the form of a saint. It must be known that the previous generation's Lady of Wealth ventured into the abyss in the form of a saint to sneak back to the kingdom of God. She was imprisoned by the original Six-Fingered, and as a result, she was humiliated for many years. This was a very embarrassing thing, because even the powerful gods might not be able to defeat the demon lord in the form of a saint. Of course, if he was in the form of a god, there would be no fear. Basically, there were no natural enemies in the form of a god, unless there was a problem inside the kingdom of God. "Ha!" A crisp sound reverberated in the air, accompanied by the faint sound of a woman's moaning. Soren faithfully completed the contract ceremony to please the Queen of Succubus, but his mind had turned to the abyss. After stealing a large number of souls from the Styx, both the demon lord and the kingdom of God had greatly increased in strength. He was considering whether it was time to expand and separate a layer of the abyss. At that time, his demon lord would be the real Abyss Overlord. Chapter 1039. The Land of Silver. Inside a majestic temple, a strange magical energy shrouded the place. Because there was a huge silver mine nearby, this territory had always been quite rich. It was located in a mountainous area, a bit like Chengdu Prefecture in Soren's previous life, which was surrounded by mountains. Therefore, even the undead calamity didn't cause too much of an impact. On the other hand, this place belonged to the Lady of Silver Moon. Perhaps because it was close to the territory of the forest elves, the women in the Land of Silver were all beautiful, fair-skinned, and fierce-tempered. In the Land of Silver, women's status was almost equal to men's, and they could even be city officials and so on. This was relatively rare in the South. This environment was conducive to the Lady of Silver Moon's faith, and she was especially popular among matriarchal women. At this moment, two women were seated within the shrine. One of them was tall and slender with long, flowing black hair. She was Mistra, the current goddess of magic. The other had long silver hair, emerald green eyes, delicate facial features, and slender legs. This was one of the incarnations of the Lady of Silver Moon. This goddess had many incarnations. Sometimes, her incarnation was a ghostly young girl with black hair and pupils, wearing a transparent moonlight robe. Sometimes, her incarnation was a dignified and gentle noble woman. Surin's incarnation would also be bright or dim according to the cycle of the moon. This change in appearance didn't affect her actual power. Surin knew that her sister was very happy to destroy her incarnations to weaken herself, so she rarely sent her incarnations to the material plane. She often sent her incarnations to various outer realms to search for all kinds of magic and weapons, hoping to destroy the Lady of the Night forever. Azuz has completely fallen. The goddess of magic stood up, closed her eyes, and whispered, Just now, I felt a powerful force erase Azuz's soul imprint. Part of the mage divinity was transferred to me, but most of it was taken by someone else. The god of mages was a subordinate of the goddess of magic, and spent most of his time helping her repair the magic net. The god of lich didn't completely kill Azuz, but imprisoned him in the scepter. Soren didn't have much affection for this god, so to avoid trouble, he directly erased Azuz's soul consciousness. Lady Silvermoon's expression was grave as she muttered, "Really? It seems that our strength has weakened again. This must be Shar's scheme. The lich god has long since joined her. Sulun hated his sister very much. These two goddesses have been fighting ever since they were born, but until now, there had been no clear winner. There are also traces of Naruto's involvement in this matter." The goddess of magic took a few steps and said slowly, "My power is recovering. After taking back part of the mage priesthood, I should be able to recover 70% of my former power. However, due to my disappearance, many evil faction wizards have joined Lady Knight's side. This is not conducive to our plan." Lady Silvermoon frowned. After a while, she said, "The moonlight is dim. The Avatar crisis has affected my power. Only by next year's full moon will I be able to regain my full strength. Maybe we should postpone our plan for now. Char has been involved in Naruto's conspiracy. The gods certainly won't sit back and watch Naruto advance to a greater divine power. When Naruto is ready to extract the power of death from this world to advance, the other gods will certainly not be able to resist taking action. At that time, maybe we can find an opportunity." The failure to kill Clemvox meant that Naruto's plot was not completely successful. However, he had another plan. Now that the realm of eternal rest in the material plane was destroyed, the power of death became more and more intense. When the time was right, Naruto would inevitably absorb the power of death from the whole world, and then use this as an opportunity to directly advance to a greater divine power. This was a very huge force. The more creatures died in the material plane, the more intense the power of death gathered. If Naruto succeeded in the integration, he would certainly advance. Yes, the goddess of magic nodded. The others certainly won't sit back and watch. At that time, Clemvox will also appear, or he will never have another chance. And I sense that Sirik has come out. With his ambition and madness, he will never allow Naruto to become a greater divine power. At that time, the gods will be involved in the dispute. The Lady of Silvermoon thought for a moment and then said, "Right. What do you think of the one in the Outer Islands?" Hearing the Lady of Silvermoon's words, the goddess of magic's face could not help but blush slightly, and then she said as if nothing had happened, "Him? Without a doubt, he is favored by fate. Very powerful, also very cold. He is the son of slaughter. In the face of Naruto's advancement, he certainly can't sit still and wait for death. At that time, he will definitely make a move." The Lady of Silvermoon nodded in agreement and said slowly, "The Dread Lord has completely fallen. The little girl with him should also be a mid-level divine power. In that case, he will be a very powerful helper. However, he seems to be deviating towards evil even more seriously, and I feel the breath of the abyss on him." Both goddesses were in the good camp. They could not completely trust Soren, even the goddess of magic. Otherwise, she would not be hiding at the Lady of Silvermoon's place, but would have asked Soren for help. Hasn't the goddess of the forest, Mei Li Kai, made a move yet? The Lady of Silvermoon suddenly asked. The goddess of magic shook her head and said, "Not yet. Mei Li Kai is more patient than before. I don't know what she is preparing. Since the fall of the oak tree, Father, the natural divine system has rarely intervened in worldly battles, and Lo Shanda has become the current Lord of Light." The Lady of Silvermoon hesitated and said, "What do you think of Lo Shanda now?" Hearing the other party's words, the goddess of magic showed a rare trace of fear and whispered, "He is very scary now. I feel that he is no longer the light of dawn of the past. His ideas are becoming more and more paranoid, as if he is ready to purify everything with the glory of mountain paradise. I am worried that when he starts to act, it will be another outbreak of the calamity of dawn." The Lord of Light's past was not easy to evaluate. When he was still the light of dawn, he had already brought disaster to the gods because of his overly persistent beliefs. So, the gods were now a little afraid of him. Even the gods of the good alignment were the same, and even the goddess of agriculture kept an appropriate distance from her father. Perhaps the only ones who really followed him were those stubborn paladins and fanatics. In the past, there was still Mother Earth to influence him, but now the Lord of Light had completely become the Lord of Light. The self-sacrifice of the Oak Tree Father had changed him a lot. Sigh. The Lady of Silva Moon sighed and said, "If only the Oak Tree Father was still here. If he was here, the calamity of the undead would definitely not break out, and the Oak Tree Father would directly purify and maintain the balance of nature." The Oak Tree Father was a hardline god. He didn't even have a camp. His camp was nature. Whether good or evil, as long as the balance of nature was destroyed, it was his enemy. The most powerful natural divine system had become a thing of the past. Although there were many gods in the human divine system, they had been divided. Even the god of war had become very cautious, so no one had stopped Naruto's conspiracy until now. No one wanted to be the first to take the lead. Mordor City. Soren, who was evaluated by the two goddesses, also seemed to have a premonition of Naruto's plan, because the rich power of death had increased his divine power. The energy core of Mies had been placed in the Arcane Tower. Within the range of the Arcane Tower, the high-grade witches of Mordor City could enjoy this convenience. They could make magic tools more easily. However, the effect of this kind of improvement was not obvious in a short time. It often took time for a qualitative change to occur. But now the arcane shop in Mordor City had begun to sell magic equipment. Just when Soren's attention was focused on the bottomless abyss, he felt a kind of call in the dark, and then he shifted his attention to the Eastern Kingdom. In a barren desert, a girl named Cicada was walking alone in the desert. She had completed the training of the Lost Trace sect and truly mastered the mystery of Shadow Trace. Suddenly, the legendary realm made her spirit sublimated, and even Soren felt it. Her talent is really good. Soren closed his eyes and looked at the girl in front of him with his spirit, and said to himself, "It seems that we can get ready to act. A monk order. This should be able to strengthen the church." Soren had already prepared to form a monk order. There were too many wanderers in the church, and it was too simple. The monks of the Eastern Kingdom had all kinds of powerful and mysterious powers. With the girl Cicada as an opportunity, Soren was ready to attract some monks to join the church. Maybe it's time to give her an oracle, Soren thought. The wind was howling. The girl walking alone in the desert stopped, and in front of her, a demon wearing a bamboo hat appeared. Since the appearance of the ancient evil, the Eastern Kingdom had also suffered turmoil. Demons and undead were only one of them. The demon that had not been seen for a long time began to appear frequently. The demon was also called the demon beast ghost. It was said that it was a creature that appeared with the desert gods. The most dangerous one was the demon lord, who was a terrible enemy in the Eastern Kingdom. These creatures were immune to 1 to 6 spells, and enchanted weapons below +2 were almost difficult for mortals to defeat. At present, the Eastern Princess was busy dealing with the demon lord. She could not even take care of her own territory. Piercing shock palm. This was not the first demon that Cicada had encountered. At the moment when she found the enemy, she sped up and rushed directly. Penetration. The special ability of the Lost Trace sect made Cicada's figure like a ghost. Although her palm was blocked by the enemy, the next moment, the demon spat out a mouthful of blood. Sun Flame Form. The fist master who succeeded in one move followed up with another attack. With a loud bang, the demon in front of him was directly hit and flew out. At this time, the enemy had time to say his sentence, Transcendence. Chapter 1040. There were 2 types of monks. One was the normal monk, and the other was the legendary monk. Divine Transcendence was a terrifying ability to enhance a monk's strength. Monks who had broken through to this realm were no longer considered mortals. Ordinary weapons could no longer harm them, and on top of this legendary monks could also obtain additional damage reduction. In the Eastern countries, monks were actually very popular among women. However, there were still very few women who could become monks. At most, they could only become dancers. The reason was that monks had the special ability of ageless body. This was the key reason why they were far more superior than warriors. As mentioned before, warriors were very strong in the early stage and much stronger than monks in the middle stage. However, once they reached middle age, their power would decrease rapidly. This was the aging of the body. Mortals could not resist it. However, monks were different from warriors. Monks had the ability to adjust their bodies. After reaching level 17, they could stop all the aging process and stabilize themselves at the current stage. In other words, monks would not age until they died, and their power would not decrease rapidly like warriors. Under normal circumstances, monks with ageless body would only age rapidly at the moment of death. This was the reason why women wanted to become monks. To them, it was to keep their appearance forever. Generally, female monks in the East would maintain the appearance of a middle-aged woman as long as they survived. Some of the more talented ones would forever maintain the appearance of a 20-year-old woman. For example, Cicada in front of him would never continue to age. Clang! In the second round, Cicada used Luosha Demon's weapon empty-handed. She only had a thin silk glove on her hand. This was a treasure given by the White Cloud sect. It could withstand +5 magical weapons with her bare hands. Without this equipment, Cicada's ability would at most be able to resist a +3 weapon. Bang, bang, bang. A fierce whip kick came like a shadow. Cicada's attack speed was shockingly fast. After dodging the enemy's attack, she attacked more than 10 times in an instant. Luosha Demon retreated. Although he blocked most of the attacks, he still kept spitting out blood. This was the hidden energy technique. Monks from the East could directly penetrate most defensive effects. To them, enemies wearing heavy armor could also be easily defeated. Bang! Cicada's figure retreated after a series of attacks. Then, it took a deep breath and suddenly punched at the Luosha Demon in front of it from a distance of about 30 feet. Boom! Luosha Yao's figure flew out, his chest clearly caved in, and a clear fist imprint appeared. External release of Chi Force. Soren's eyes widened as he muttered, "I didn't expect this little girl to be so talented." There were 3 stages to a monk's KI. The first stage was the hidden force, which could break through the enemy's defense. The most commonly used move was the penetrating force. The second stage was to attach Chi to the body. The more common abilities were the ethereal body and the penetrating shock palm. The third stage was the release of Chi. The Sunflame style and the hollow bright fist that Chan had just used belonged to this category. If it was in the East, it would be called 100 Steps Divine Fist. This was a move that could attack the enemy from a distance. It was a huge threat to spellcasters. The scariest people who used this ability were the Cloud Monks. They had lived much longer than others, and the chi in their body was unbelievably strong. Cicada's punch shattered the Luosha Yao's heart. After killing the enemy, she rested for a while and then went to clean up the battlefield. Soren watched all of this silently. However, he was thinking in his mind. He said to himself, "It is indeed necessary to train a group of monks. The disadvantages of rogues are not obvious at the moment. But after more than 10 years, these rogues will be older, and their flexibility will not be as good as now. My church only has priests in the spellcasting department. Although there are half-elves in the melee department, they also need to be replenished. Rogues and warriors were the same. As long as the race was human, after the age of 45, if they had not broken through the realm of legends, their strength would rapidly decline. Although their experience would become rich, their overall attributes would decrease. Half-elves were slightly better. They could probably maintain their peak state until about 65 years old. The advantage of monks was that after entering the higher level, they could maintain their peak state even after 100 years. This was very useful for a church. As long as a group of monks was trained, according to the lifespan of humans and the generally long lifespan of monks, even if they did not replenish new blood, They could probably last for about 120 years. This was quite a long time even for a deity. Since he had an idea, he was naturally ready to act. Soren immediately found the high priest and said, "I'm going to set up a group of monks. The preliminary candidates have been decided. You can prepare in the church." Cicada had entered the realm of legends. It was enough for her to be the leader of the group of monks. The Eastern Kingdom did not lack monks, but Soren needed monks from the evil camp. This required him to secretly help Cicada recruit people. Just right. Soren's avatar was also ready to go to the Eastern Kingdom to see what was going on there. Because the distance was too far, there were a lot of scattered news. Most of it was related to ancient evils and Luo Sha Yao, but Soren could not see it clearly. In the desert, Cicada quickly collected the spoils of war from the Luo Sha Yao. She did not make a vow of poverty, so now she was somewhat valuable. The feeling of being spied on disappeared. Since entering the realm of legends, her senses had become stronger and stronger, especially the sensing ability brought by meditation. She could vaguely sense Soren's existence. The girl moved forward very quickly. About an hour later, a broken city wall appeared in front of her. This was an abandoned town. It used to be an oasis with a population of about 5,000. However, after the outbreak of the turmoil last year, the oasis had been covered by the desert. The wind and sand had destroyed everything here. Now it was a place occupied by Luo Sha Yao. In order to fight against the frequent evils, most of the high-level monks had their own missions. Cicada's mission was to clean up the Luo Sha Yao here. Dismal Wind Valley, an ancient battlefield that had existed for hundreds of years. The overly tragic war had caused ghosts to surround this land. Now it had become a paradise for the undead. "My lord," a figure holding a huge scythe entered and then went through an underground passage to an underground temple. This undead that looked like an attendant of death knelt down on one knee and said, "The god of liches has fallen. The members of the Dragon Witch cult and the dragon cultists have been defeated, but the dragon liches they resurrected are enough to start our plan." A pitch-black skull appeared, and Naruto's voice sounded on the altar. "Who killed the god of liches?" The attendant of death said respectfully, "The Shadow Master, Soren." Naruto hesitated and said slowly, "It's him again." The attendant of death nodded and said, "Should we start the ceremony according to the original plan? The power of death has spread throughout the entire material plane. The 12 altars on the main road are ready." Naruto fell into deep thought and said, "Let's do it according to the plan." However, the Shadow Master, Soren, is a problem. He inherited the power of the 3 death gods, so he's a potential enemy for me. There's nothing to be afraid of if he's alone, but I don't know where Klemvox is hiding. If they're secretly working together, it'll be troublesome. The attendant of death suddenly said, "My lord, aren't we still controlling the unkillable king, Orcus? Although this undead king isn't strong enough after being resurrected, he still controls a large number of demons in the abyss. Before the ceremony starts, we can send Orcus to attack the outer islands. This will definitely hold him back, and we can deal with the Shadow Master after he becomes a greater god." The former great lord of the abyss had fallen several times. Although he was successfully resurrected one after another, Orcus's strength was decreasing every time he was resurrected. The chaos was getting deeper and deeper into his soul. In this undead calamity, Orcus, who was resurrected by the undead lords, was almost completely turned into a puppet under their control. Let Orcus attack the outer islands. Naruto fell into deep thought and said slowly, "If we do that, we'll be enemies with the Shadow Master in the future." "Yes, let's do that. As long as I become a greater god and master the Death God system, the Shadow Master will be an enemy that needs to be eradicated sooner or later. Let Orcus summon the undead army. Before the ceremony starts, I want to see the demon army attack the city of Mordor." A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of the Death God's attendant's mouth, and he replied, "Yes, Master." The brilliance on the altar gradually dissipated. As Naruto's figure disappeared, the attendant of death in front of him quickly retreated. However, just as his figure left the temple, a faint divine brilliance emerged from his body and turned into a beautiful woman with black hair and disappeared with a chuckle. The attendant of Death's eyes flickered a little. He stood in place for a while before he began to carry out his master's arrangement. In order to perfectly hold the ceremony to promote to a greater god, my lord Naruto was going to launch an attack on the outer islands and secretly control the undead king, Orcus's Abyss army, to attack the city of Mordor. This would distract the attention of the Shadow Master and weaken the enemy's strength in the material plane. Although it was dangerous to completely anger the Shadow Master at this moment, since it was his master's order, he could only carry it out. Chapter 1041. The Boat of the Desert. In the flying yellow sand, a group of women in bamboo hats moved forward quickly. These women had tall and graceful figures. Although they were covered with thick clothes, they still could not hide their beauty. This was a group of high-grade Oriental dancers. There were many gadgets in their seemingly cumbersome dresses, including poisons, hidden weapons, daggers, casting materials, and so on. There was even a hidden button under the skirt on the back of some Oriental dancers. As long as it was gently untied, they could remove the obstacle and sit on a man's lap to enjoy the pleasure of sex without leaving a trace. They were the minions of the Eastern Empress. Although their means were vicious and they controlled many gray areas, they still did some things like adopting orphans and helping the poor. Everything was relative. Human beings were a very complicated race. It was difficult to have pure good or evil people. The Oriental dancers were between good and evil. They were led by the Empress to fight for women's power. The desert country was formerly controlled by the Muhammad divine system. Under the influence of this divine system, the status of women inside was extremely low. There was even a matter of cutting off the female emperor homonym. Later, this divine system was expelled, and the profession of the Oriental dancer was born in the turmoil and quickly controlled the gray area of the desert country. The Eastern Empress herself was an ambitious figure. She was worshipped by many women, and her origin was unknown. It was said that she was a rebel against the desert divine system. The most dazzling and eye-catching in the crowd was the Eastern Empress. However, at the moment, she did not look as graceful and elegant as before. Although she was still beautiful, a trace of fatigue and worry appeared on her face. In any case, the Eastern Empress was still immortal. As a mortal, she had her own limitations. Although she had a large number of assassins and dancers under her command, she could only barely protect herself in the turbulent year of the Holy Sage. Especially after the appearance of creatures such as ancient evil things, ancient mummies, Furla magic sunflower, and Luo Sha demon, the sphere of influence of the Eastern Empress gradually shrank. Many secretly controlled towns were forced to give up, and people migrated to the southern area of the Eastern Kingdom. Empress. The figure of the Fist Master appeared. She returned through the desert like a gust of wind and came to the front of the dance group. The front has been occupied by the Luo Sha demon monarch. They seem to be controlled by an ancient evil creature, and I see a lot of twisted aberrations ahead. The Eastern Empress's expression was extremely solemn. She nodded and said to the middle-aged dancer beside her, "Have the other members of the martial monk cult arrived?" "He's almost here," the middle-aged dancer said. That legendary existence should be coming as well. The Eastern Crown Princess's expression relaxed a lot when she heard this. She said slowly, "Is that so? Looks like we have a much higher chance of winning this battle." Behind the Eastern Empress, there was an army composed of professionals, including the Oriental dancer, the assassin, the ranger, the puppet master, the 3 factions of monks, as well as the White Cloud sect and the legendary monks who were waiting for their arrival. Such a powerful lineup was enough to fight against many deities. However, even against such a powerful team, the Eastern Empress didn't have a high chance of winning. This was because they were facing an ancient evil being. Furthermore, it was one of the most terrifying ancient evils. Its name was Zargan, ruler of hell. The wind howled. The thick smell of blood filled the air. The believers of these ancient evils destroyed 3 cities and captured a large number of mortals for blood sacrifice. They were worshipping a terrifying horn. This horn was the main body of the ancient evils, or a terrifying existence that had died. The terminator of all things, the ancient elemental eye, the god of darkness, the patient, the waiting, the cursed, the father of the ancient evils, the source of all evil, the embodiment of the eternal darkness, the devourer of all worlds, the scorner, and the destroyer. A strange chant echoed in the air. Some kind of evil aura halo shrouded the town, filled with blood in front of them. Even the Eastern Empress was a little shaken for a while. This was the unique ability of the ancient evils. Often, the appearance of an ancient evils would be accompanied by a vision, and it might even change the climate of the entire world. What exactly is Zargan? A young-looking ranger asked. Why haven't I heard a word about it? The monk next to him was silent. After a while, a male monk who looked like a legendary fist master said, Zargan is one of the oldest ancient evils sealed in the Eastern Kingdom. Before Asmodeus, Zargan was the ruler of Hell. He was the leader of the ancient Bartholomew. When Asmodeus and his companions attacked Hell, Zargan and Asmodeus fought a great battle. Asmodeus tore Zargan's flesh into pieces, but he couldn't destroy Zargan's horn. In the end, he threw Zargan's horn into the deep underground of a world in the main material plane. Around the horn, Zargan's flesh gradually recovered. On the ground above him, a country called Synodicia gradually flourished. But in the end, this country went into decline. A group of believers who saw Zargan as their true god invaded and finally destroyed this country. When a barbarian named Zankar led his army to attack the capital controlled by the ancient evils, he finally found the true face of the god he believed in, a ferocious and violent beast. In order to save his people, the barbarian and Zargan fought fiercely. After 7 days and 7 nights of fighting, although Zankar was the strongest and fiercest warrior, he still lost in the end. Every time he hurt Zargan a little, Zargan's injury would immediately heal in a moment. Zankar, who had exhausted all his strength, finally fell under the attack of the ancient evils. The gods blessed Zankar, hoping that he could defeat the ancient evils, but they were disappointed in the end. So the gods decided to do it themselves. With a mocking smile, Zargan killed some of the gods and drove the other gods back to their countries. Maybe the death and defeat of the gods didn't matter to Asmodeus, but he knew that Zargan was a threat to him. So at the last moment of the battle, Asmodeus finally did it himself. Asmodeus finally defeated Zargan again, but he knew that he couldn't kill him. So Asmodeus bound Zargan's horn in a solid boulder and buried it deep in the ground. The area where the horn was buried was the center of the ancient empire of Amaska, which is where we are now. The Avatar crisis had loosened the ancient seal. Not only had the god of murder, Sirik, escaped, but some terrible ancient evils had also escaped from captivity. Hearing the words of the Master of Fist, many people could not help but swallow. Then someone said, since the enemy is so strong, even the gods can't defeat him. So, is it possible for us to reseal him? Of course, the Master of Fist said firmly. Zargan is still very weak. He has just broken the seal, and he hasn't even been fully resurrected. As long as we destroy his believers and the altar of his resurrection, he can be resealed. This terrible evil is an enemy we can't escape from. Once he is fully resurrected, the first thing he will do is to destroy and control the material plane and then turn all living things into evil creatures. Finally, he will challenge Asmodeus of the Bator Inferno again. Zargan knew that he could not defeat the Lord of Hell, so the first thing he had to do was to build a huge army. This needed to devour a plane. People were still immersed in the legends of ancient times. Suddenly, some figures appeared in the distant sky, and then all the monks could not help but bow humbly. A middle-aged warrior monk of unknown age slowly descended from the clouds. He stepped in the air as if there was an invisible substitute and came to the oriental dancer step by step. Master, in the face of this legendary existence, Even the Oriental Empress could not help but bow. The long life had made the cloud monk in front of her forget a lot. He even ignored the peerless beauty of the Oriental Empress. He just looked ahead and frowned. Is Zargan going to be resurrected? Let's do it. You deal with the evil followers outside, and I will go in and deal with Zargan's horn. Tell all those who are not legendary not to get close to the altar. The aura of the ancient evils can affect people's minds. They just need to deal with the monsters outside. The Cloud Monk's expression was neither sad nor happy. In his unknown life, it was not the first time that he fought against the ancient evils. He almost did not touch the ground, and he stepped into the town in front of him. Some Rakshasa demons and twisted evil creatures found his trace and rushed directly toward him. The Cloud Monk almost did not look at them, and he just hit the air with his palm. Boom! Suddenly, the earth shook, and a huge handprint of about 10 meters high appeared on the city wall in front of him. As for the Rakshasa demons who tried to attack the Cloud Monk, they had already become a pool of blurred flesh and blood on the wall. Is this the air-splitting palm? A boxing master was stunned and murmured, "It's so powerful. Grandmaster's aura is so powerful that it's incredible." The Cloud Monk went straight to the heart of the evil creatures. This legendary existence could shake the earth and mountains with just a wave of his hand. His casual attack was no less than the power of a god. Almost no cultist could stop him. To a certain extent, the gods walking in the mortal world were not as powerful as him. At least, they were far inferior when they were in the form of saints. Only when they mobilized their divine power to transform into the form of gods could the gods have the ability to move the earth and shake the mountains like this Cloud Monk. Even Soren was only an advanced legendary class in his normal state, and the Cloud Monk in front of him was probably infinitely close to or even beyond level 40. How powerful was a warrior monk who was close to level 40? In the historical records, only one warrior monk had reached such a height. Under the influence of the succubus queen, he finally defeated the demon prince, Demogorgon. Chapter 1042. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the city of Mordor with a golden glow. It was rare for Soren to stand on the tower and enjoy a moment of peace. Looking back on his experience along the way, he was racing against time almost every moment. He had never enjoyed the extravagant life of this world. Now the Avatar crisis had entered the last stage. As long as he survived the last wave from hell, Soren could enjoy the comfortable time after becoming a god with his most important person. This was a very long time. Soren had enough time to squander extravagantly. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. If it was not enough, he could spend 1,000 years, 2,000 years, or 3,000 years. As an immortal god, as long as Soren wanted, he could do whatever he wanted without hesitation. And all this could be obtained as long as he survived the Avatar crisis. At that time, the status of the gods would be stabilized, and they would no longer fall easily in the hands of others. Soft footsteps could be heard. Fallen which Karina's figure appeared. She was stunned when she saw Soren standing under the setting sun. Then she walked over to him and whispered, "It's rare to see you so leisurely." "Really?" Soren turned around and smiled. Then he looked into the distance and said, "Since the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, I have been racing against time. In the past, it was to protect Vivian, and later it was to deal with other crises. But fortunately, everything is coming to an end. I have a hunch that the energy storm is gradually weakening, and it may end by the end of next year at the latest. At that time, I will have enough time to arrange my future life." Fallen, which was shocked when she heard this, and then she was a little disappointed. "Go to the kingdom of God?" "That's true. Whether it's you or Vivian, you will eventually go to the kingdom of God." Soren turned around and looked at her. For a long time, Fallen, which had proved her loyalty with her actions, and because of some rituals, the estrangement between her and Soren had gradually decreased, and their relationship had become intimate. Karina met Soren's gaze. Soren suddenly smiled and said slowly, "If you're willing, you can also enjoy immortality with us. Gloria is about to become a god." You also have divinity in your body. As long as we get rid of the succubus queen's imprint, it won't be difficult for me to help you become a god. But in the end, you still have to make the choice. The fallen which walked the path of the arcane empire. Unlike Soren, her ultimate goal was to become a destiny wizard or a grand arcanist. If she chose to become a god, she would have to give up some things and become a guardian of the laws alongside Soren. The gods were incredibly powerful, but they also maintained the order of the world. It was like a job for them, and they didn't have as much freedom as the great arcanists. The power granted by the laws also came with obligations. The duty of these gods was to maintain the operation of the sun, moon, and stars, and to maintain the order of many rules. The multiverse itself was orderly. The gods were supposed to maintain everything, and it had been so since ancient times. Even in the face of the multiverse's greatest crisis, which was the earliest invasion of the demons, the gods never retreated even if some of them died. The fallen which hesitated for a moment and then said, "I don't know. I persisted for so long. Although it's hard to refuse to become a god." But Soren smiled and said, "Arcana isn't outside the path of the gods. In the future, my plan will also use arcana in many places. You can think about Gloria's current path. She may surprise you in the future. Gloria was also a witch, and she could become an arcanist at any time if she wanted to. But she chose to stand side by side with Soren and eventually control arcana as a god." Night fell. Soren returned to his study. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, his whole body trembled, and then he said to himself, "Is Cicada in danger?" Cicada had Soren's mark on her body. This mark was similar to an apostle, and it was also on the Saint Cardinal Milan's body. If she was in mortal danger, Soren would be able to sense it directly. The next moment, Soren's vision turned to the faraway Eastern Kingdom. At this moment, it was still dusk in the Eastern Kingdom, but what Soren saw was blood and corpses all over the ground. There were humans, monsters, and many twisted aberrations. There was also an aura that Soren didn't like. It was the aura of an ancient evil creature. The gods hated any ancient evil creatures and rejected everything related to the abominations. A terrifying monster appeared in front of Soren's eyes. In front of him was a huge altar, and there were dark red blood sacrifices all over it. He didn't know how many people were sacrificed. Cicada's figure was on the side of the altar. There were already many corpses nearby. After eliminating the Rakshasas and evil creatures on the periphery, all the legendary professionals joined the battle against Zargan. Zargan had more than 10 terrifying tentacles, and Cicada was hit by one of them. Her defense was instantly broken, and her internal organs were almost shattered with one hit. Am I going to die? Blood flowed from the corner of Cicada's mouth, and her consciousness was a little blurry. Her expression showed a trace of sadness and unwillingness. It wasn't easy for her to reach the legendary level, but she didn't expect to die here. She didn't regret it, because sealing the ancient evil was the mission of the monks. For a long time, countless monks had stepped forward one after another. It was unknown how many legendary powerhouses had fallen, but no one had ever regretted or retreated. This was their mission. From a moment they became monks, they knew that they might have to face all of this in the future. All the monasteries existed for this reason. For a long time, the entire Eastern Kingdom supported monks' monasteries, and when the ancient evil creatures appeared, they had to fulfill their mission to seal these terrifying monsters. Cicada didn't regret it, but she was a little unwilling. Her consciousness gradually blurred. Although her shattered internal organs didn't kill her instantly, it wouldn't be long before she died. His mind started to become muddled. Just as Cicada thought that he was about to enter the Netherworld River, a gentle male voice rang out. "With injuries of this degree, as my chosen, it won't be that easy for you to die." A little golden light appeared. Cicada didn't know when, but a young man with an evil aura appeared in front of her. His body was shrouded in fog, but he exuded an indescribable pressure. No one knew when he appeared, and no one noticed his arrival, whether it was the cloud monk or the ancient evil creatures. Greater restoration. Soren's fingertips gently touched Cicada's forehead, and the next moment, Cicada's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The restoration spell cast by the gods was so powerful that Cicada had been completely restored in almost a breath. All the injuries had been healed, and she had almost returned to her peak state. Shadow Lord. Cicada recognized Soren at once, which made her involuntarily kneel down on one knee. This was an emotion that was hard to resist. An ancient evil creature? Soren turned his head to look at the monster in front of him, then frowned. Zargan? I didn't expect it to run out in the end. He had traveled to the Eastern Kingdom before. Naturally, he knew that Zargan was one of the most dangerous ancient evil creatures in the Eastern Kingdom. Zargan was a monster that was killed and sealed by the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. This was the second time it appeared, but it was also the last time because adventurers with the ability of the Son of Slaughter could completely destroy it. Zargan was a behemoth of about 10 meters tall. Its whole body was covered with dark scales, and it only had one blood-red eye. Its bloody mouth was full of sharp teeth, and its head looked like an eye demon. The torso and limbs of its body were terrible tentacles. There were 6 tentacles on each side, and the lower body had about 10 tentacles. This terrible monster had a trace of divinity. It was the former Lord of Hell, the ruler of the indigenous people of Bator. When Asmodeus entered Hell, this monster had fought with him, but it was killed by the Lord of Hell. Because it could not destroy its horn, the Lord of Hell finally threw it into the material plane and sealed it. It was a very powerful enemy. When it was first resurrected, it had even defeated the gods. However, its resurrection this time was not very powerful because it had just broken the seal and had not completed the blood sacrifice. It used a kingdom to recover to its peak, but now the Eastern Kingdom was guarded by monks and the population was scattered. It was almost impossible for it to recover to its peak in a short time. Cloud Monk. Soren saw the monk who was fighting with Zargan. Every move he made was powerful enough to shake the earth. He was a little surprised. A monk with a profession level of 40 or higher? I didn't expect to see it here. He turned around and smiled at Cicada, then said, It seems that you are in trouble, but since you are my chosen, I will lend you a helping hand. A golden beam of light fell from the sky. Soren's figure walked out of the fog and gradually became solid. At this time, the Cloud Monk and the Eastern Princess who were fighting discovered his existence. Shadow Master. God! In the distant outer islands, the great temple of Motor City suddenly shone with golden light, and then countless divine power gathered and rose into a beam of light. Everyone looked at it and then murmured, God's descent. The surging divine power gathered. Soren's figure walked out of the fog, and his body gradually gathered into a solid body. A divine pressure instantly shrouded the battlefield. Come. Soren smiled at Cicada in front of him and said, Lend me your body. Cicada stood up involuntarily, then looked at Soren nervously. The next moment, Soren's golden body gradually merged into her body. A golden divine light appeared in Cicada's eyes, and then she seemed to have broken through some kind of limit and stood directly on the altar. Chapter 1043. A god needed a carrier to descend. Soren could not bear the consumption of divine power, so he had to use Cicada's body in the next battle. However, in the process of descending, Cicada's consciousness would not disappear, but she would be controlled by Soren as a bystander. This was a rare experience that could let her touch the glory of divinity. Because Cicada was a legendary fist master, Soren did not use his curved sword this time. As the golden light gathered, a pair of special gloves appeared in Cicada's palm. It was an item directly made of divine power and was equivalent to A+3 divine artifact. Shadow Nadir. Cicada's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared on the right side of Zargan. After being possessed by Soren, her strength increased greatly and almost surpassed all the monks present. Rapid Strike. Epic divine power. As a god, Soren's knowledge was enough to support any class in battle. Zargan's armor was easily penetrated by Cicada's epic divine power, as soon as they clashed. Along with Zargan's painful roar, Cicada quickly left bloody wounds on Zargan's body. This was the ability of the monk order. When they served a god, they could get the blessing of divine power. However, most of them were bestowed by divine power. Epic divine power could only be obtained by devout believers above the legendary level. Penetrating force, penetrating shock palm, shadow strike. The power of shadow gathered on Cicada's gloves. When it hit the enemy in front of her, the surging power of shadow and the epic divine power eroded and broke through the ancient evil's defense. In the case of descending, Soren could mobilize Cicada's ability and his own divine power. Shadow realm, killing realm, death realm. Some kind of powerful realm blocked the surrounding space. As if sensing the danger of Cicada, Zargan waved more than a dozen tentacles to wrap around her. Sunburst. At this time, the Cloud Monk also reacted. With the vibration of chi, he tried to block the ancient evil in front of him and help Cicada to kill it. Shadow Dance. The Eastern Empress figure turned into more than 10 afterimages. A strange dagger with divine light flowing around it slashed towards the tentacle in front of her. She seemed to want to save Cicada, because that was how Cicada was injured. If it wasn't for Soren's arrival, it would have died. Shadow Leap. However, Cicada didn't seem to care about the tentacle's attacks. The moment the tentacles touched her, Cicada's figure disappeared. The next moment, the cicada appeared behind the ancient evil creature and launched a series of rapid attacks. Zargan's body was badly damaged, but at the same time, it was regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ancient evil creatures had a terrifying regenerative ability. Even the gods could not easily kill them. Looks like there's still a little trouble. The cicada made a sound, but it was Soren's voice. She suddenly disappeared and reappeared above Zargan. Divine Shockwave. A huge amount of divine power came out with Cicada's punch. The next moment, Zargan's body gradually became bloody. More importantly, under the effect of the divine shockwave, the altar under Zargan's feet was shattering. The power of the blood sacrifice was disappearing. It was obvious that Zargan's regeneration speed had slowed down. God's descent. Cicada took a deep breath, then put her palms together. Her whole body was shrouded in golden light. She completely ignored the evil aura of the ancient evil creature, as well as all the negative statuses and corrosive effects. She rushed directly to the ancient evil creature and threw a punch. With the golden light, she directly penetrated the body of the ancient evil creature. Space change. The surrounding space was distorted, and the power of the law cut around, directly cutting off Zargan's tentacles. Destructive strike. The divine power exploded with Cicada's fist as the center, directly destroying Zargan's body. All the flesh and blood were torn apart, leaving only the last strange horn. Even Asmodeus, the Lord of Hell, could not destroy this horn. In the end, he could only seal it. Let me deal with it. Seeing that the Cloud Monk seemed to be preparing to seal the horn in front of him, Cicada suddenly said, "I have a way to kill him completely." Death Divinity. Soren's golden body appeared. At this moment, Cicada seemed to have become him. He reached out and held the strange horn in front of him, and then turned into a golden giant hundreds of feet tall. Divine form. Soren's pupils appeared dark, and then he suddenly clenched the horn in his hand. Death's hand. The surging divine power of death gathered. Under the terrible impact of Soren's divine power, a crack gradually appeared on the strange horn in front of him. Then, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the horn. Finally, some kind of unwilling and fearful roar sounded. A twisted soul broke free from it, as if it wanted to escape into the underworld. Soul imprisonment. Soren's mouth showed a sarcastic smile. With a wave of his hand, the twisted soul was imprisoned and finally injected into a gem made of divine power. The golden light dissipated. Cicada's figure slowly floated down from the sky, and Soren's golden body gradually faded away, along with the soul gem. Lord of Shadows? The expression of the Eastern Princess was a little hesitant. She hesitated for a moment before whispering. Cicada opened his eyes at this time and said slowly, "Master has left." At the same time, in the sky above the city of Moder, the golden light column gradually dissipated, and Soren's figure appeared inside the temple. During the Avatar crisis, every god's descent consumed a lot of divine power. Under normal circumstances, gods rarely descended. It was precisely because this action consumed too much power. At this time, the light gathered on the great temple had become dim. Soren had almost consumed the power that he had accumulated for nearly 3 months. However, Soren looked at the soul gem in front of him and said playfully, "It looks like a good harvest." Crack. Just now, Soren did not completely kill Zargan. He only destroyed the horn where the soul lived. At this moment, when he crushed the soul gem, the power of the temple began to gather. Suppress. Some kind of terrible scream sounded, and then countless souls flew out from Soren's palm. These were the souls that were devoured by ancient evils. They were extremely evil existences. The gods hated them very much, and one of their abilities was to devour souls. Gate of the Kingdom of God. Soren waved his hand and opened a white light gate. Then, under the influence of divine power, countless souls flew into it and were directly thrown into the pool of shadow reincarnation. Zargan was completely killed at this time. Soren crushed his soul and transferred the souls he devoured into the kingdom of God. A row of data appeared. You've killed the ancient evil Zargan. Extracting the target's soul energy. You've gained 3950,000 slaughter EXP. The target has divine power. Extracting the target's divine power. You've gained 22 divinity. Your evil domain has been strengthened. Your order domain has been strengthened. Your crafty domain has been strengthened. A wave of divinity was devoured by Soren. After a while, he opened his eyes and was a little disappointed. There really is no divinity in the ancient evil. This was obvious, because if there was a divinity, the ancient evil would have become a terrible evil god. But fortunately, Zargan's body was unexpectedly strengthened by the crafty domain. It seemed that his horn could not be destroyed because of the strange crafty in the deepest part of the Bator Inferno. Just when Soren completely destroyed Zargan's horn, an ancient existence seemed to have sensed something and opened his eyes. Is he finally dead? The Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, was a creature with dark skin and hair. He had a handsome appearance, blood-red pupils, and a pair of small dark red horns on his head. Asmodeus was dressed in gorgeous clothes, mainly in red and black. He held a strange ruby scepter in his hand, and powerful magic power gathered in it. He once killed Zargan in the process of conquering hell, but there was no way to completely kill him. When Zargan was resurrected, the gods had no choice but to take action again. But now it seemed that Zargan was really dead, because Asmodeus could not feel the existence of Zargan's soul. This soul was sealed by him, but now it had completely disappeared. Shadow Master? The Lord of Hell murmured in a low voice, then slowly said, "The new child of destiny. What will you do in the end? Will it be another Cyric? Or will it be a surprise for me?" Everything returned to darkness. The Lord of Hell did not have much of a reaction to the fact that Soren killed Zargan. When Cyric stole the power of the 3 death gods and almost surpassed the gods, the Lord of Hell only watched silently. The Lord of Hell was very patient. In his long years, he had seen too many people who suddenly rose up. Cyric was a typical example, but his end was not good. Before everything was settled, no one knew what kind of path Soren would take. The gods were quietly watching him. Because of Cyric's example, no one wanted to be the first to act. They were just curious whether Soren would end up like Cyric. For the gods, waiting was nothing. Only the one who had the last laugh would be the winner, and Cyric was undoubtedly not the one who had the last laugh. Some of them thought that Soren would be the same. When Cyric had just become a god, he was so vicious and ruthless. He killed several gods in one breath and almost surpassed the gods. But in the end, He was too arrogant and destroyed himself. If Sirik had been a little smarter back then, he wouldn't have become the king of the dead, Kalember. Some of the hostile gods were waiting for Soren to self-destruct like Sirik. Chapter 1044. Even though Soren had already left. However, the others still looked at Cicada with a hint of awe. This was the power of a true god. It was so easy to kill the ancient evil that they regarded as their greatest enemy. In fact, the gap between the ancient evil and the gods wasn't that big. However, Soren was now in intermediate divine power, which could be said to be very close to becoming a great divine power. This was equivalent to the main god of a divine system personally taking action. His combat power naturally couldn't be compared to those weak gods. Although the Cloud Monk was very powerful and was already at the top of the mortals, he also had a limitation. That was, he was still immortal. If the damage that the Cloud Monk caused to the ancient evil was ordinary damage, then the damage that Soren caused to the ancient evil was holy damage. This was the most fundamental difference. The power of the gods was much more important than the power of mortals in all aspects. After the ancient evil was killed by Soren, the evil aura that shrouded here gradually dissipated. The monks began to clean up the battlefield. The Cloud Monk didn't seem to want to communicate with others at all. He directly left by himself. However, just as Cicada was about to leave, the Eastern Empress suddenly walked to her side and said in a friendly manner, "This place is still very far from the monastery. Why don't you go to our camp in front to rest first?" If Cicada was just an ordinary fist master, the Eastern Empress naturally wouldn't deliberately make friends with her. However, if Cicada had Soren behind her, then the situation would be completely different. After seeing Soren arrive and kill the ancient evil in front of her, the Eastern Empress had a deeper understanding of Soren's strength. It was obvious that she planned to make friends with Cicada to ease their relationship and find a way to connect with Soren. Cicada originally wanted to refuse, but suddenly remembered the task that Soren gave her before he left. In the end, she nodded her head. A warrior monk sect. For a girl with almost no experience, it was indeed not easy. Perhaps she could try to borrow the power of the Eastern Empress. Motor City. After killing the ancient demon, Soren had used up a lot of his divine power. But the harvest was not small. Now his strength had accumulated to a critical point. As long as he broke through the last little limit of divinity, he could directly be promoted to a great divine power. Now, Soren's stats had changed. Name: Soren, Saint Form, Intermediate Divine Power. Race: Half-Elf, Divine Son of Massacre. Attributes: Strength 24, Agility 44, Constitution 30, Intelligence 31, Wisdom 22, Charm 26. Alignment: Lawful Evil Profession. Level 15 Rogue, 035500000. Level 10 Shadow Dancer, Max. Level 10 Wizard, 054250000. Level 18 Arcanist, 062500000. Grade 8. Health points: 925925. Robust. EXP: 6305075. Slaughter. EXP: 35,545. Profession. EXP: unassigned. Skill points: none. Attribute points: none. Legend: 350. Divinity: 410. Great Divinity. Requires 900 points to upgrade Great Divinity. Divinity: 270. Intermediate Divinity. Requires 300 points to upgrade Great Divinity. Divine Power: 351-35400. Requires 1200 Divine Power to upgrade to Great Divine Power. Master God's Law. The current storage limit of the divinity is 5,400 points. Clergy: Death, Shadow, Theft, Half-Elf, Rogue, Tracking Domain. Order: Mage, Magic, Tyranny, Strife, Mage, Disease, Poison, Trickery, Slaughter, Death, Fear, Evil, Domination, Piracy, Shadow, Flora. Spiritual Energy. Evil Spiritual Energy. Fear Spiritual Energy. Status: Normal. Basic Skills: Sneak 695, Literacy 585, Steel 625, Picklock 575, Snare 515, Focus 525, Negotiate 625, Appraise 525, Deceive 525, Intimidation 695, Taunt 455, Perform 475, Listen 585, Dodge 625, Parry 485, Block 475, Heal 475. Search 575, Detect 655, Copy Scroll 425, Spell Identify 515, Survival 455, Use Magic Equipment 475, Cooking 325, Alchemy 585, Forge Magic Weapon 475. Saint Form, Transcendence, Spell Immunity 1 to 4, Epic Divine Power, Instant Cast 1 to 6. Divinity, Immunity, Acid, Electricity, Fire, Instant Death, Energy Drain. Divinity Abilities, Space Change, Size Change, Death's Hand, Reality Change, Form Change, Divine Shield, Area Divine Shield, Divine Shockwave, Area Divine Shockwave, Language Proficiency, Character Proficiency, Interplanar Communication, Astral Teleportation, Planar Teleportation. Avatar, Destructive Strike, Create Magic Item, Create Advanced Magic Item, Divine Power Acceleration, Divine Power Creation, Divine Power Spell Specialization, Divine Power Spell Resistance, Divine Power Spell Penetration, Automatic Arcane Casting, Absolute First Strike. Legendary Skills, Legendary Spell Maximization, Epic Mana, Legendary Instant Cast, Legendary Mana Construct, Legendary Tenacity, Legendary Spell Penetration, Legendary Reflex, See Weakness, Perfect Dual Wielding, Omnipotent Hands, Legendary Evasion, Legendary Battle Techniques, Epic Dexterity, Epic Intelligence, Epic Constitution. Special Abilities, Blessing of the Goddess of Magic, God Slayer, Blessing of the Misfortune Goddess, Blessing of the Sea Goddess, Dragonblood Baptism LV2, Heart of Slaughter, Slayer, Death Walker, Ascetic, Erudite, Blasphemy. Personal Abilities, Nimble Left Hand, Eidetic Memory, Perseverance, Encyclopedic Knowledge, Skilled Spellcasting, Reflex Evasion, Intuitive Evasion, Roll Evasion, Agile Movement, Evade Sight, Dark Vision, Combat Spellcasting, Mobile Spellcasting, Spell Control, Empower Spell, Maximization, Magic Equipment Crafting, Spell Penetration, Advanced Magic Resistance, Advanced Cold Resistance, Advanced Fire Resistance, Advanced Poison Resistance, Advanced Lightning Resistance, Robust, Advanced. Regeneration, 100 feet Telepathy. Profession Abilities, Arcane Memory, Arcane Counterspell, Arcane Runes, Shadow Dominator, Nimble Mind, Military Weapon Proficiency, Curved Sword Legendary. Battle Skills, Summon Shadow, Shadow Jump, 500 meters. Shadow Strike, Shadow Jump, Vampiric Touch, Divinity, Sword Form, 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 Spinning Slash. Inside the temple, Soren sat on the throne and thought. He murmured, only 30 divinity points left. As long as I break through to the level of great divine power, there will be no more obstacles to establishing a divine system. But where should I get these 30 divinity points from? Divinity points. Generally speaking, only true gods had a lot of divinity points. Demigods could only get a pitiful amount of divinity points. Weak divine powers could basically be ruled out. In order for Soren to get 30 divinity points, he would need to kill at least 3 to 5 weak divine powers. This was very likely to offend too many divine systems. There were not many weak divine powers that could be killed at the moment. If it were weak divine powers, Soren would need around 2 targets. The best choice would be intermediate divine power. This could satisfy Soren's needs in one go and directly promote him to a great divine power. Who else could be a target? Soren pondered, constantly recalling the fallen gods in his memory. However, just as Soren was trying to find a new target, a message suddenly came from the bottomless abyss. The third layer of the bottomless abyss, the Forgotten Land. In a magnificent palace of the demon lord Sauron, a gorgeously dressed Yugoloth quickly walked in. He then carefully said, "Great Lord Sauron, recently, my caravan has discovered something strange. I think I should tell you." Yugoloths were merchants of the bottomless abyss. They traded with devils and demons. Because they were good at traveling in the river Styx, this race of demons could be found all over the lower plains. On the blazing flame throne, the Baelor demon Lord Sauron opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "What is it?" The Yugoloth carefully said, "Our caravan has recently discovered that Orcus's undead army has been mobilized on a large scale. A part of the Abyssal army has already set up camp in the south of the Rift Plains, but they have no intention of fighting with the devils. It seems that they intend to invade other planes, most likely material planes. This may be an opportunity." At this point, the Yugoloth carefully raised his head to observe Sauron's expression. If Orcus were to attack other planes, the internal defenses would be weak and empty. If the demon lord in front of him was bold enough, he might be able to seize the opportunity and replace Orcus as one of the abyssal giants. Sauron frowned and said to himself, "Attack a material plane? The undead calamity has already broken out. Where is Orcus mobilizing his army to attack? Demons could not casually enter other planes. The lower the level of the demons, the closer they had to be to the rift planes to pass through." The Yugoloth brought a piece of news that Sauron did not expect. Could it be that Naruto has a new conspiracy? The current Orcus had already become a puppet. The resurrected Orcus was no longer the Orcus of the past. He was only a tool of the undead lords. It can't be the South Coast, right? Sauron seemed to have thought of something, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The material planes were severely damaged by the undead calamity. Only the South Coast was relatively intact under the protection of Sauron. There were not many places where Orcus could mobilize his army. Either he intended to provoke the core territories of the other gods, or only the South could satisfy his desire for slaughter and destruction. Send someone to investigate immediately. Sauron ordered the succubus beside him, then said, "You have done a good job. Go down and receive your reward." After that, Sauron's figure disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he directly appeared in the lava pool. "Gather a team of Balrogs." Sauron thought for a moment, then said, "Follow me to sneak into Orcus territory to take a look." There must be something wrong with him suddenly mobilizing his army at this time. The Ghoul King had been subdued by Orcus again. If such a large undead army really wanted to attack a material plane, there are not many targets to choose from. Even Mordor City could be a potential target of Orcus. Sauron had to be careful. Chapter 1045. The unusual movements of Orcus's army made Sauron feel vigilant and uneasy. Although Orcus's strength had been greatly reduced, he was still one of the former three giants of the abyss. No matter how weak he was, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. He was still much stronger than the other demon lords. Of the former three giants of the abyss, only Orcus was still alive. There was no need to mention the demon prince, Demogorgon. If it wasn't for his own crazy plan, the most powerful demon wouldn't have fallen so easily. However, although Demogorgon was dead, the 88th floor of the abyss was still controlled by the demons under his command. These demons believed that one day, Demogorgon would be resurrected, and what they had to do now was to wait for the return of the demon prince. The second was the famous six-fingered sovereign of darkness, Glast. His fall was entirely due to his own death, and there was almost no possibility of resurrection. Glast, the sovereign of darkness, had been called six-fingered by the adventurers because he had 6 fingers. He had countless crazy plans, and he was the most ambitious demon lord. However, there was only one thing he was famous for so far. That was, during the last time of troubles, he imprisoned the former goddess of wealth, Joaquin. In order to escape the disaster of the time of troubles, the first goddess of wealth tried to bribe the sovereign of darkness, Glast, and return to her own kingdom through his territory. However, when the goddess of wealth arrived at the territory of the sovereign of darkness, Glast The giant of the abyss did not hesitate to tear up the contract and imprison the goddess of wealth in his territory. This was a long period of imprisonment. Not only did the former goddess of wealth lose a lot of divine power and believers, but she also suffered countless terrible humiliations. It was not until 1371 that the goddess of wealth was rescued by a team of adventurers. However, at that time, her strength had been greatly weakened. This matter was an indescribable humiliation to the gods. Therefore, when the arcane empire rose and trade and wealth regained their dominance, the former goddess of wealth launched an extremely crazy revenge on the sovereign of darkness, Glast. Glast, the sovereign of darkness, had fallen at that time. There was no way to record the details of the war, because the destruction of the arcane empire also took away the first goddess of wealth. The current goddess of wealth was a gold member at that time. It was said that she was the carrier of the resurrection of the goddess of wealth. Nobody cared about this. Perhaps the current goddess of wealth still retained the memories of the previous goddess of wealth, but whether or not she was the current goddess of wealth, nobody cared. Orcus was the abyss giant who had died the most times, but he was also the one who had resurrected the most times. Currently, the plane he controlled was the 113th floor of the abyss, Thanatos. This level was unusually cold. It was filled with ice, thin air, and a sky filled with gloomy moonlight. This floor belongs to both the Tanakiri and the undead. In fact, this floor has a slight negative energy predominance. Even so, the purgatory moss and mushrooms still grew at the edge of the frozen soil. Various types of tombstones, imaginable and unimaginable, adorned the frozen landscape. Some stood alone, while others were randomly gathered together. It was like a small graveyard. The undead were everywhere, including demon-hunting spiders, vampire giants, and all kinds of liches. Most of the ordinary soldiers were zombies, ghouls, undead demons, and other zombies that followed the darkness. Orcus had the largest undead army in the abyss, the third floor of the abyss. Orcus' movement of the army could not be hidden from others. The demons active in the upper levels of the abyss immediately discovered it and reported it to Sauron. After the hundreds of thousands of undead army entered the first floor of the abyss, they did not join the blood war. Instead, they approached the plane door that left the abyss. This matter was too strange. Basically, anyone could sense that something was wrong. Sauron was also vigilant. Therefore, he could not sit still and wait for death. He had to take the initiative to attack and see what Orcus' plan was. Therefore, he sent out the assassins under his command to follow the route of the river Styx to the first floor of the abyss. At the same time, he disguised himself as a Vrock and quietly approached the 113th floor of the abyss. This was an unusually cold plane. Basically, most demons did not like this place because the temperature was too low. The air was thin and visible to the naked eye was ice. This was the kingdom of the undead, and also the paradise of the undead. As soon as he arrived, Sauron, who was disguised as a Vrock, encountered a group of zombies. They did not attack Sauron. Instead, they quickly surrounded him. Then, a seemingly intelligent high-level ghoul walked out and said to Sauron, "Vrock, you have been recruited by the great ghoul king, Dorison. The even greater undead king, Orcus, needs to expand his army. Are you going to follow us? Or are you going to feed these zombies?" The demon's threats were always so straightforward. Sauron's acting skills were very good. He showed a hint of nervousness and uneasiness. Then he said, "Recruited? Are you going to join the blood war in the abyss? If it's a blood war, I'd rather fight than go, because no one can come back alive." The abyss was famous for its blood war, and almost no one could come back alive. The high-level ghoul thought for a moment and said, "Of course not. Our goal is the material plane. Do you know? A rich material plane. You can destroy and kill as you wish, and not fight against those damned demons." In the abyss, most creatures thought that the blood war was a terrible meat grinder. Sauron immediately said, "If that's the case, I can join you." Most of the demons in the bottomless abyss were filled with desire for the material plane. It was like a playground. The zombies around them parted to form a path. Then, the high-level ghouls said, "Then come with me." There's a portal opened by a lich in front. We can enter the army camp and directly teleport to the Rift Plains. The Abyss was a land of chaos. There was no reason to recruit an army here. Even Sauron's demon army, except for the core part, most of them were recruited from the wilderness. Demons changed their camps very quickly. They obeyed powerful leaders. As long as they were strong enough, even spies sent by the enemy would quickly become loyal servants. For example, the succubus maids around Sauron. They were even willing to let Sauron plant a soul imprint on them. They also told Sauron that they were sent to spy on him. But betrayal was too easy for demons. Chapter 1046. The group crossed the cold wasteland. As a huge steel fortress appeared in front of them, countless undead appeared in front of Sauron's eyes. The number was much larger than he had imagined. There were hundreds of thousands of zombies, skeletons, ghouls, and undead demons gathered in the periphery. There were many necromancers and liches inside. Even though Orcus had fallen for so long, the undead army was still terrifying. This did not include the demon army that had been teleported to the first layer of the Rift Plain. A huge undead army was gathered in front of him, and there were also some 5-meter-tall giants walking around. These were vampiric giants, servants of the demons. They used to live in Laterre, but now they were probably summoned by Orcus. There were about 500 to 600 demon hunting spiders. These terrifying creatures would occasionally kill 1 or 2 zombies, but most of the time, they would just stay quietly. Only the Lord of the Abyss could do this. Without the pressure of the Lord of the Abyss, these terrifying creatures would attack any undead or demons. Ghouls were the main force of the undead army, making up about half of them. Is the king of ghouls, Dorison, here? Zorro thought to himself. The ghoul king, Dorison, is Orcus's warlord. If Orcus returns, he will definitely return to Orcus's side. Seems like the ghouls of the 421st layer of the Abyss have also gathered. The mighty undead army gathered here, but most of the low-grade undead could not pass through the River Styx. They could only leave this plane through the teleportation circle. The demon and undead camps were separated. After Sauron arrived, a high-grade undead demon immediately walked over and looked at him. Brock, arrange for him to go to the south camp. Orcus was the Lord of the Abyss. Other than the undead, there was also a powerful demon army under his command. The Lord of the Abyss used the most violent method to recruit troops. Sauron had just approached the camp when he saw a large number of Hezru and Berserk demons. There were not many high-grade demons because many Balers did not like to stay with the undead. You will stay here from now on. A Glabriza demon took over Sauron and arranged for him to stay. It was a small space. In order to provide for these demons, the castle transported a large number of supplies, mainly food. The food was driven by the Anababas. Countless abyssal worms with human faces were driven to the vicinity of the camp and then distributed to the demons. Souls were both currency and food in the Abyss. Demons loved worms the most, but most of them were scattered in the wilderness. No demons dared to approach the blood pool. The main reason was that the mother of worms was too powerful and did not allow other demons to approach the blood pool. Even the Balers did not dare to provoke the mother of worms that guarded the blood pool. Only intermediate demons were qualified to enjoy such food. And when the abyssal worms were delivered, there was almost no principle of fair distribution. First, the higher demons took some of them. Then, the middle-ranked demons swarmed up to snatch them. The Hezru snatched most of the worms and chewed them. The slightly weaker demons could only snatch 1 or 2 worms, and there were almost none weaker than that. The low-level demons could only stand aside and watch them chew pitifully. These demons could only eat carrion and bones. The ground was full of blood, and the whole camp echoed with the sharp screams of the abyssal worms. The process of eating soon ended. Under the pressure of the demon lord, most of the demons returned to the camp. Such supplies were mostly provided once a day. The abyssal worms could greatly satisfy the demons' needs, and the low-level demons were completely cannon fodder. As long as they did not starve to death, it was fine. The ones in charge of supervising the demons were the Death Knights, human warriors that Orcus directly resurrected with the power of the scepter. Under the rule of authority and power, the entire fortress maintained basic order. Every time the teleportation gate opened, a batch of demons and undead would be sent away. Sauron played his role very well. Unfortunately, he did not snatch any abyssal worms, but no one cared about this. Demons who were not strong enough did not deserve to have food. Night fell. In the harsh cold, most of the demons returned to the camp. The low-level dretches crowded together like a group of goblins gathering together to keep warm in winter. Sauron's figure quietly left the camp. He escaped into the night, bypassed the sentry post of the Death Knights, and then approached the core area of the fortress. A huge portal appeared in front of him. This was a portal built by a lich. Its main structure was made of bones. Countless bones formed a grand portal that was 15 meters wide and 30 meters tall. There were many huge monsters in the abyss. If the portal was too small, the efficiency would be very low. Because it had been maintained for a day, a group of high-grade necromancers were charging the portal. Because this was the 113th floor of the abyss, which was the territory of Orcus, the portal was not strictly guarded. There were only some Death Knights and high-grade undead monsters. I can't let them teleport anymore. Sauron's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the vampire giants and countless undead monsters in the distance and quietly approached the portal. Orcus has at least 2 planes that can be mobilized, the 113th floor of the abyss and the 421st floor of the abyss. That is, if the portal is maintained. I'm afraid that the whole population of the South Coast will not be as many as these undead and demons. How many troops could be mobilized in the 2 planes of the abyss? The number would be at least more than 1 million. If they really attacked the material plane, such a huge army would be completely wiped out in the south. I must destroy the portal. It was not easy to build such a huge portal. Sauron did not need to completely stop the other side, even if it was just a week or 2. The portal was a very delicate thing. Once it was damaged, it would take at least half a month to rebuild. This time was enough for him to prepare and even inform the other gods. If the other gods did not help in this matter, everyone's believers would be finished together. Balor leader form. With the raging fire, Sauron's figure instantly turned into his original form. The terrible fire spread within a radius of 100 meters. Die, worm. Sauron's first target was the demon-hunting spider in charge of guarding. Then his huge body flapped his demonic wings and rose into the air. He waved his sword mixed with destructive matter and slashed at the Death Knight next to him. This giant sword weighed nearly a ton, and under Sauron's terrible strength, it directly cut the enemy in half. Flame Whip. The flame whip of more than 50 meters long was thrown out and wrapped around the 3 necromancers in front of him, then quickly burned them to ashes. Fall. Sauron was now nearly 7 or 8 meters tall and weighed more than 8,000 pounds. His strength had reached more than 40 points, so he used the most violent way to tear down the portal in front of him, which was to directly crash into it. Chapter 10:47. Boom! The whole ground shook violently. Sauron's Balor form directly caused cracks to appear on the portal, and then the light gathered on it quickly dissipated. The whole portal had been damaged. But this was not enough. Sauron suddenly clenched the giant beheading sword with both hands and directly slashed it with a 360-degree rotation. Whirlwind Slash. Super Fierce Attack. With a fierce slash, Sauron directly cut off the huge white bone portal in front of him. Then there was a rumbling sound, and the portal in front of him quickly collapsed. Greater Teleportation. Sauron, who had succeeded, did not stop at all and immediately used Greater Teleportation to leave. This was the base camp of the undead. If he was stopped, he might not be able to escape. When Sauron's huge body left, there was suddenly an angry roar from the fortress in the distance, and then the figure of the Ghoul King, Dorison, quickly appeared in front of him. Everything around was filled with fire. Sauron's fire was fierce even in the cold climate, and there was no way to extinguish it. The pupils of the Ghoul King, Dorison, shone with pale green light. He was wearing a luxurious robe and leather armor, wearing a white bone crown, and holding a spine-shaped staff called the Hunger Staff. There was a skull on the top of the staff, which was a tribute to Orcus. Dorison, who was endlessly hungry, had a great affinity for all creatures that were endlessly hungry. He looked like an extremely thin and dirty ghoul. His eyes flashed with a strong green ghoul light, and his feet were like the hooves of a demon. In sharp contrast to his dirty appearance, he was wearing a soft and gorgeous white robe made of human skin and a pale leather armor inlaid with many small skulls. Ghouls were the main believers of Dorison, and his holy emblem was a ghoul skull. This was a powerful enemy. The Ghoul King, Dorison, had the power of a true god. At his peak, he had reached the level of lesser divine power, and now he was probably above lesser divine power. His clergy was ghoul and necromancy, and his domains were chaos, evil, hunger, illusion, and craftiness. Because of the ghoul race, he was a god and a demon lord at the same time. However, because he was not a pure god, and ghouls did not have much wisdom, Dorison was not seriously affected by the Avatar crisis like other gods. He was still a demon lord. Compared to a true god, he was at best a demigod. He had almost no church, and his doctrine was purely about eating to satisfy his endless hunger. Damn Baelor, the king of ghouls, Dorison, did not see Sauron's appearance clearly. He only felt the residual aura of the Baelor. He roared angrily and hit the ground with his scepter and said, "You bunch of trash." He actually allowed a Baelor to destroy our master's important teleportation gate. There was no portal. No one could easily leave the abyss because the Styx was a place that even demons could easily cross, and the evil ships could not transport so many troops. The 113th floor of the abyss. Border. After confirming that the Ghoul King, Dorison, did not pursue him, Sauron calmly returned to his territory. This was the disadvantage of demons. They were chaotic and difficult to command. If the Ghoul King pursued him, there would be internal strife among the undead and demons. There were not many high-level undead with wisdom among the undead, and there were not many demons with brains. Under the chaotic nature, a slight collision would lead to a big fight. Anyway, it was okay to fight, and maybe you could even level up. Demons were like this. They were very thirsty for soul power, even if they could automatically level up after devouring the power of the undead. The rules of the bottomless abyss were extremely chaotic. The Blood Wars could give the highest level of EXP rewards, but even without the Blood Wars, demons could still advance through slaughter. It seems that the South Coast has to be prepared. Although the portal of Orcus was destroyed, the undead army that had been sent to the Rift Plane was still huge. If they launched an attack, it meant that humans would have to face a terrible army of hundreds of thousands. Such a force was definitely not something a country could resist, because the undead in the abyss were generally more difficult to challenge. Even the zombies were tainted by the evil aura of the abyss, and there were at least 2 or 3 creature levels. In other words, the soldiers of ordinary towns with good equipment could only fight against 1 or 2 low-level undead at most. There was almost no way to fight against those powerful beings. Motor City. The message from the abyss made Soren's heart skip a beat. The South Coast was so large that even if he sent out all his forces, he would not be able to defend it. With such a huge army of undead, they could only fight if they hit one place. Otherwise, they would only be defeated quickly. It seems that I have to ask Arendelle for help. Now that Soren had a close relationship with the Frost Kingdom, Princess Royal's attitude towards him was becoming more and more friendly. This kind of big thing cannot be forced. If something went wrong, it would be a total collapse. So Soren did not hesitate to ask Arendelle for help. Not only did he ask for the help of the Ice Witches, but he also hoped that Princess Royal would support him. Communication with the gods was very simple. When Soren's message had just been sent to Arendelle, Princess Royal immediately agreed. "Let's do this." Princess Royal's voice was directly transmitted to Soren's mind through the temple, and slowly said, "Tomorrow, There will be a group of ice witches teleported to Motor City. I will send a team of court mages to assist. If there is anything unusual, I will also come directly to Motor City. Arendelle and Motor City had a portal. Because it consumed too much power, only important people could be teleported. There were only 5 such portals, which were in Arendelle, the Northern Tower, the Windspear Hills, the City of Wealth, and Port Tylon. If the power of the Mies nucleus could be mobilized in the future, the number of portals should also be increased. However, it was impossible to rely solely on portals because it could not be done even during the Arcane Empire, unless there was some kind of endless and extremely huge energy, and if there was such energy, it would be enough to make the civilization soar to the level of an interstellar civilization. Order the whole city to be on alert. Soren thought for a moment and ordered, put the entire South on level 1 alert. Recall all patrol fleets. Let the Legion camp near the city. Turn on the instant communication device. If there is any large-scale abnormality, immediately let the witches send a message to Motor City. The threat came from the undead. Then there was no need for the fleet at sea to be recalled to defend the city. The attack of the undead should not take too long. Chapter 1048. In a blink of an eye, it was almost December. The arrival of winter did not make Mordor City cold. So far, it was just a light snow. Under the influence of the enchantment that enveloped the entire city, the climate and environment were transformed to be more suitable for people to live in. Soren had been guarding against possible attacks on the south coast. But what he never expected was that the target of Orcus' attack was not the south coast, but Mordor City, far away in the Outer Islands. Inside the Arcane Tower, when night gradually fell, suddenly a sharp alarm sounded. Alert! Alert! Abnormality detected. Abnormal spatial fluctuations detected 20 kilometers south of the Arcane Tower. Alert! Alert! An unknown spatial rift has appeared. Arcane Tower entering level 1 state of preparation. Fouling sharp alarm sounded. Then in the next second, Soren, Gloria, Fallen Witch, Alice, and Vivian were directly teleported to the top of the Arcane Tower. There was an independent teleportation beacon here to deal with possible emergencies. What's going on? Alice seemed to have just fallen asleep. She was still wearing pajamas, and her beautiful figure was faintly visible. Gloria shook her head and said, "A sudden alarm. It seems that an unknown spatial rift has been discovered." After she said that, she reached out and touched the huge crystal ball, and then a projection appeared on it. The scene in the distance appeared in front of them. A dark red spatial door opened. The whole sky seemed to be torn open, and then countless demons, wraiths, liches, and so on rushed out. They arrived near the 6th town in the south, Black Mountain Town. In just a while, demons rushed in, and then there were sharp screams and alarms. The defenders of the town only resisted for less than 3 minutes before they were broken by a powerful 6-armed snake demon. Then it was a bloody massacre. These undead and demons had no mercy at all. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people died under their butcher's knife. Countless demons and undead passed through the portal, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 10,000 enemies were teleported to the ground. At this time, the alarm in Mordor City sounded, followed by the sound of the military camp quickly gathering. This reaction speed was already very fast, but it was still not as fast as the speed of the undead. It's Orcus's army. Soren's face turned pale. He never thought that Orcus would dare to attack the city of Mordor. This was like a slap to his face. Directly attacking a god's territory was the most serious form of provocation, and Orcus' actions had pushed Soren to the brink of death. Most of the people in the city of Mordor were Soren's followers, and it was also the core area of his foundation. Even if Soren won this battle, he would have to pay a huge price. Enter full combat mode immediately. Soren directly took over the highest authority of the Arcane Tower. He glanced at the others and said, "Kalina, go and activate the elemental furnace and the Mies core." Gloria, activate the floating device. Prepare the arcane tower to take off. Fouling, activate the lock immediately. Activate the energy protection enchantment and bring Mordor City into the range of the energy protection enchantment. Alice, you go and activate all the golems. Remember, all the golems. Soren solemnly repeated, and then Alice nodded with a serious expression and directly teleported to the bottom of the arcane tower. Emergency combat mode. Emergency combat mode. The cold mechanical voice spread throughout the city of Mordor, and then it continued. Mordor City has been attacked by demons. All combatants are to be on standby immediately. Ordinary people are to return to their residences immediately. Port Mordor garrison is to enter combat mode. Everyone is to assemble in the barracks immediately. Emergency combat mode. Emergency combat mode. The 1st to 7th city guards of Mordor are to assemble outside the barracks immediately. The 3rd to 5th priest regiment are to assemble outside the temple. All wizards with a profession level of 5 and above are to enter combat mode. Please gather near the library within 5 minutes. Dragon Knights are to take off and support the garrison in the southern cities. The 3rd and 6th fleets are to sail in the direction of the inland river. Rumble. With a slight battle on the ground, the arcane tower activated the floating device and then directly suspended about 50 meters in the air. Then a red light appeared on the neat ground, and with the sound of mechanical activation, a secret door in the basement gradually appeared, and below it was a wide staircase. Buzz! The amethyst energy storage was activated to the limit in an instant, and then in the first wide basement, the golems that were neatly arranged in dense rows opened their eyes at the same time. The 1st Golem Legion is to enter combat mode. The 2nd Golem Legion is to enter combat mode. The Golem Auxiliary Legion is to enter combat mode. The Clay Golem Auxiliary Legion is to enter combat mode. The 3rd Steel Golem Legion is to enter combat mode. Activate the Diamond Golem Squad. Energy transmission. Boom. Heavy footsteps sounded crazily. Under the full operation of the Mies's energy core, a row of 5 golems with a total of 300 quickly walked out of the basement, followed by the 2nd Golem Legion, the Golem Auxiliary Legion, and the Clay Golem Auxiliary Legion. In just 10 minutes, about 6,000 golems had completed the assembly, and then quickly walked out of Mordor City. Since the establishment of Mordor City, Soren had been stockpiling the number of golems. The current reserve had reached more than 10,000 golems, and now all the golems that had been activated had been equipped with the defense ability. Witches, activate the portal. Soren's cold order sounded. Activate the number 23 space waymark. Connect and lock. High Priest, prepare to teleport to the Archbishop. Activate the Diamond Golem Emergency Response Device. Begin teleporting the number 1 Diamond Golem formation. Buzz. A door opened near the laboratory, and then 12 senior witches quickly arrived, and Saruman's figure soon appeared. A portal opened and connected to the nearest teleportation point of the demon army. As early as the 2nd transformation of Mordor City, Soren had set up teleportation beacons inside Mordor City in order to deal with possible sudden attacks. 10 activated diamond golems quickly appeared and then stepped into the portal. Vivian, Lillian, you go support the front line. Soren nodded, then pointed to the direction of the sea. In front of Port Motor, the surrounding seawater suddenly separated to the left and right, and then a dark mast broke through the waves, and then the ghost ship rushed out from the bottom of the sea. With the appearance of the magic light, the ghost ship directly floated in the air, and all the earthbound spirits automatically became busy, quickly turned the muzzle, and then flew toward the location of the demon army. Arcane Tower activated. Soren's figure turned into a golden shadow, and then said, Super Magic Pulse Cannon charging. Coordinates 23. 14. His god-level perception spread out. Soren instantly locked onto a group of liches and senior demons among the enemy, and said coldly, Start charging. Target locked. Super Magic Pulse Cannon ready to fire. Boom! The silver-white barrel quickly turned, and then it quickly charged at a speed that had never been seen before. Then an energy cannon directly crossed the air and hit a point 20 kilometers away in an instant. Rumble. There was a violent earthquake. Inside the demon army that suddenly appeared, about 50 meters were directly evaporated by the cannon, and glass-like crystals appeared on the ground. Except for a few liches that used accidental teleportation, the rest were completely evaporated. The first city defense force has been assembled. The second city defense force has been assembled. The third city defense force has been assembled. Attack! The drow officer gave the order without any expression, and then quickly gathered the troops and rushed toward the location of the battle. The location of Port Motor. All the naval fleets were in place, and under the command of the officer, they quickly set sail and approached the inland river. At this time, Soren's figure appeared in the temple, and then he said, "Gloria, you take over the command of the arcane tower." Divine form. Countless divine powers gathered around the great temple, gathered towards Soren's body, and then a golden giant appeared over the temple. Soren took a step and appeared more than 20 kilometers away, and then he slammed his fist on the ground. Area Divine Power Shock Wave *3. A surge of divine power swept across the area within a radius of 300 meters. Soren's domain blocked all teleportation spells, and then a large number of undead fell to the ground in batches. Even the powerful liches could only withstand the third wave of Area Divine Power Shockwave, and then their whole body turned into ashes like scattered bones. 3 Area Divine Power Shockwaves directly consumed a lot of Soren's divine power. However, it also stopped the enemy's attack in an instant. Soren's figure turned back into the form of a saint, and then he activated his divinity and directly entered the state of Avatar. The figure of the arcane tower appeared in the distance. The Quetzalcoatlus quickly rushed to the battlefield, blocking the attack of some flying demons, and at the same time covering the evacuation of the residents in the town. In just 10 minutes, 3 nearby towns had been attacked, and more than 5,000 civilians had died at the hands of the demons and the undead. The mighty army of the undead was still teleporting into the range of the island of Moder. In just a while, the core area occupied by the enemy had gathered more than 30,000 undead troops. Even Soren did not dare to go deep and use the power of divinity to close the portal here, because a powerful demon lord's breath covered this area. Orcus, one of the 3 giants of the abyss, the undead king. Orcus had come to Moder in person. Chapter 1049. Orcus. Its full name was Demon Monarch of Undead Creatures. When Soren saw the undead king, Orcus in the distance, some information about him had already emerged in his mind. This was definitely a very difficult opponent to deal with. Name: Orcus, Undead Monarch. Large otherworld creature, chaotic, evil, transdimensional. HP: 900 plus special attack. Command undead creatures. Spell-like ability, spells, divine light of fear, poison, summon demon. Undead creature summon, Orcus staff. Special feature: damage reduction 25 legendary, kindness and cold steel, night vision 60 feet, immunity to poison and lightning, cold, acid, and fire resistance 10 each. Otherworld creature trait: realm of God, dead talk, telepathy 100 feet. Attributes: strength 45, dexterity 22, vitality 33, intelligence 28, wisdom 28, charm 34. Skills: bluff 600, focus 590, negotiation 600, escape 240, gather information 490, intimidation 600, knowledge 570, listen 530, sneak 520, search 520, observation 500, spell identify 570, necromancy spells 590, detect 550, survival 570, in other planes 590. Specialties: blind fighting, cleave of momentum, combat casting, crafting magic wands, crafting wondrous items, strengthened spell effectiveness, powerful cleave of momentum, spell upgrade, proficient in preemptive attacks, multi-strike, violent attack, instant spell, cast legendary abilities, legendary spellcasting, multi-strike, undead dominator, undead domain. Spells that can be cast at will. Corpse manipulation, blasphemy, charm monster, abyssal darkness, blasphemy, detect kindness, detect magic, detect thoughts, fear, greater dispel magic, greater teleport, lightning beam, polymorph, read magic, suggestion, emblem of death, emblem of pain, clever speech, true knowledge, evil residence, evil divine light, evil shadow strike, firewall. Once a day, retarded spell. Orcus has a spellcaster level of 35. He can cast spells like a level 20 necromancer or a level 15 priest. His restriction school is enchantment and illusion. His domain is death, destruction, and evil. Challenge level 28 plus. As one of the three great lords of the abyss, Orcus had the power to challenge gods head-on. Even some of the weaker gods were no match for him, even in their true god form. This terrifying abyssal lord had 45 strength, which was the highest among all the demon lords. In other words, there were almost no creatures in the abyss that could compete with his power, and this power did not have any magic effect. The most common power he used was bull strength. He was one of the targets that the adventurers wanted to capture the most. Other than the abilities that Soren could recall, Orcus also had the abilities of a level 20 legendary necromancer, including but not limited to Meteor Blast, Banshee's Howl, Soulbind, Wish, Energy Drain, and so on. Orcus could also cast the abilities of a priest up to the 9th circle, including Killing Spell, Lethal Spell, Chaos Mantra, and so on. His domains were death, destruction, and evil. It had special legendary spells such as Mummy's Dust, Collapse, Summon the Undead Army, and so on. In the meantime, Orcus also had Deity's Domain, which gave him omniscience, complete perception, domain knowledge, and other abilities. To put it simply, this domain was similar to Soren's ability in his true god form. This gave Orcus the power to challenge gods head-on and even kill them. But these were not the most frightening things about him. The most frightening thing about Orcus was his weapon, which was the legendary +5 artifact, Orcus Staff. This was a divine artifact that was given the power of death. It was not very powerful in terms of damage. It was just a huge black skeletal staff, but it was given an extremely frightening ability. Any living creature that came into contact with the Orcus Staff would have to forcibly trigger a 40 test of death. This meant that any living creature that was weaker than this would be killed by this artifact. Under normal circumstances, only a level 20 pure-blooded warrior would have a 50% chance of being immune, and any living creature that was weaker than legendary would have a 90% chance of surviving. There was less than a 10% chance of being immune. Warning: this power would be triggered as soon as it was touched, which meant that if one was not able to resist the power of death, they would be killed instantly. Just as Soren was looking at Orcus in the distance, the Abyss Lord was also looking at Soren. Both sides felt great pressure. Soren was a mid-level god, and Orcus was the most powerful demon lord. Both sides had the ability to kill each other, but it was hard to say who would win. Attack! Orcus held a huge black skeletal staff and pointed forward. Then, behind the undead army, a few figures that were 5 or 6 meters tall appeared. Vampire giants. These giants that were turned into undead creatures by Orcus were also a huge threat in the abyss. For mortals, they were legendary creatures. At the same time, some evil liches also appeared. They began to cast all kinds of spells to buff the undead knights. The undead army surged forward like a tide. The army from Moder was still on their way. 20 kilometers was not a short distance. Let's give up here. Gloria sighed and said, the Golem army is still on their way. There is no way to defend this place. We can only retreat until the army arrives. The number of enemies was too great. In just a short while, there were already 50 to 60,000 undead. The 3 towns in front of him had basically been destroyed. Except for the people who were evacuated by the Quetzalcoatlus Knights at the beginning, the others were basically surrounded by the undead and demons. There were shrill screams and wails in the distance. Soren watched his believers and subjects being slaughtered, and his eyes could not help but show a blood-red light. Nearly 10,000 people were slaughtered by the undead. The power of mortals was so weak that they could not resist the attack of the Abyss Lord. Retreat. Soren gritted his teeth and said he could not fight against so many enemies in his saint form. Besides, Orcus could join forces with the legendary undead to kill him at any time. The diamond golems formed a defensive formation. The Wyvern Knights covered the surroundings and killed some flying demons that tried to chase after them. The scattered battles were still going on. More than 12,000 civilians were killed by the undead. Then, the necromancer used their bones to perform an evil sacrifice and summoned more undead creatures. Behind Soren, the army of Moder had begun to appear. The priests from the church continued to bless the army with divine spells, such as courage, protection, strength, and so on. With the sound of heavy footsteps, the Golem Legion began to appear in batches. Nearly 11,000 golems of various kinds quickly spread out on the battlefield and formed a steel wall in front of the front line. Activate the magic lock. Gloria's voice came from the top of the arcane tower. Then a large light curtain opened, and then a huge magic power shrouded the battlefield in front of them. The magic lock was the most terrible weapon on the battlefield. Since the Silver Age, the High Elves and human Great Arcanists had tried to build a magic lock for hundreds of years. A complete magic lock included the following abilities: permanent spells, instant large-scale spells, forbidden spells, area anti-magic field, activation spells, permanent effects, and so on. With the activation of the power of the Mies energy core, a cold mechanical voice sounded inside the arcane tower. Activate the permanent effect of the magic lock, negative energy protection barrier. Activate the super large enchantment spell, death protection barrier. What was the most terrible ability of the undead? It was not the means to resurrect and summon the undead, but the various negative energy and instant death spells of the high undead. Gloria activated a large protective negative energy barrier, and at the same time activated the power of the anti-death barrier. Within the range of the magic lock, most of the instant death spells would lose their effect unless the power was enough to break through the limit of the magic lock. In this case, one would need a casting level of at least 35 or above. At present, it seemed that only Orcus could do it among all the undead and demons in front of them. Shadow Realm. The gray shadow shrouded the space, and Soren's figure appeared in midair. All the rogues who believed in and serve him became hazy for a while. Under the blessing of Soren's Shadow Realm, their sneak and hiding ability gained an additional 50 points, and their evasion ability gained a hazy bonus of 10 points. There was no limit to the number of times they used shadow power. The shadow power, mobilized by abilities such as Shadow Strike, Shadow Raid, and so on, was directly provided by Soren. Order Realm. Soren's divine power resisted Orcus's realm of chaos and offset all the negative effects it brought. Slaughter Realm. Death Realm. Soren activated one realm after another. The Pirate Realm strengthened the morale of the army. The Fear Realm counteracted the fear aura of the High Undead. The Magic Realm strengthened the spellcaster's penetration, and the Slaughter and Death Realm suppressed the undead army in the distance. Gloria and Fallen, which appeared at the top of the arcane tower. Vivian and Lillian stood on the deck of the Dead Man's Voice. Alice appeared behind the Diamond Golem. Saruman's body was surrounded by twisted vines. The High Priest stood silently behind Soren, and on the side was the bishops led by the divine Priest Milan. The giant's burly figure was covered in plate armor, and behind him was a team of heavily armored warriors. The Golem army opened a 3-kilometer-long defense line. In front of them, countless undead appeared from the portal in the distance. The demon army gathered on the left, and the undead army formed a battle formation on the right. The huge army of more than 200,000 almost filled the space in front of them. Orcus's figure was so conspicuous among the countless undead. As he clenched his scepter and pointed forward, the fully assembled enemies began to attack. Countless undead and demons rushed forward like a raging tide. This was the real Abyss army. Even in the Blood War, such an Abyss army was enough to fight against the elite demons. Chapter 1050. Although Sauron had a huge force, but within the city of Mordor, there were not many troops that could be mobilized. Because even if the population of the entire island of Mordor was added together, it was only about 400,000 or 500,000 people. The proportion of the army in Mordor was about 1/10. There were about 30,000 regular troops in the inner city, 5,000 defenders in the port area, and the rest were fleets. At most, they would occasionally rest on the island of Mordor, and then there were a large number of militia troops in many towns. This number was relatively large, estimated to reach the scale of 60 to 70,000. However, the combat power of the militia was too low. At most, a militia could deal with 1 or 2 skeletons. When facing the real Abyss army, they could basically ignore them. If they went to the battlefield, they would be killed. In this way, Sauron could actually gather very few troops in a short time. The city defense army could come one after another, about 20,000 people. There were about 2,000 or 3,000 people from the church, witches, and professions. The core force was still the Arcane Tower and the Golem army. Sauron could not give up the outer towns to defend Mordor because there were at least 100,000 people in the outer 12 towns. If he gave them up and let them be slaughtered by the undead army, not only would Sauron's strength be greatly reduced, but his prestige and faith would also be shaken in an instant. Therefore, in this case, Sauron could only fight head-on, and he had to fight. When Orcus's undead army gathered and launched an attack, all the troops that Sauron could mobilize in a short time were also concentrated in the plains. There were about 36,000 troops in Mordor. The number of Orcus's army was between 200,000 and 300,000. Nearly 10 times the number of troops gave great pressure, but the soldiers of Mordor did not retreat in the slightest, and even their morale was not shaken at all, because the true God was with them. The top combat power of Mordor was gathered together. There was also an arcane tower in the sky. The domain of the magic lock had also been activated. The mighty golems formed a line of defense. These powerful golems were not at a disadvantage even in the face of demons, especially the large-scale steel golems. Their combat power was enough to defeat all the Blood army. Woo woo woo. The dull sound of a bugle horn was heard. Countless dretches were driven forward. Orcus was still using the same tactic as the Abyss, which was to use a large number of cannon fodders to consume the enemy's strength. Among the nearly 300,000 Abyssal army, there were about 50,000 low-level demons, followed by about 100,000 low-level undead. These are all cannon fodder that could be used at will. Even with numbers, they could still defeat a large number of enemies. More than once, the elite army of devils had been surrounded by 10 times the number of low-grade demons and died of exhaustion. Shield formation. The dull roar of the drow officers sounded, and then from the defense line of the city of Mordor, a team of warriors with full armor and giant metal shields walked out. There were also many Duergars among them. Despite their short stature, they were holding giant shields that were even larger and heavier than themselves. It was as if they didn't care at all. These Duergars were specially trained shield warriors. They were equipped with full body armor, enchanted shields, and one-handed warhammers. They were the strongest defensive force of the army, and they were responsible for resisting the frontline attacks. Boom! Boom! The muffled sound of cannon fire was heard. The portal at the rear urgently mobilized a batch of cannons, and there was also long-range artillery support from the warships in the direction of the inland river. However, these are not the key factors that determine the outcome of the battle. Under Gloria's command, the witches worked together to cast their spells. Dense fireballs fell from the sky and bloomed on the map within a radius of 100 meters. Every time they cast a spell, they would take away thousands of demon cannon fodder. Nearly 100,000 cannon fodders gradually approached and quickly fell to the ground in the process. In just 5 or 6 rounds of attacks, 30 to 50,000 low-level demons and low-level undead had been destroyed. Orcus, who was in the rear, could not help but frown. The organizational ability and probability of the army of Mordor were completely beyond his imagination. It made him feel like he was fighting against the army of devils. Because in the bloody battle, the elite devils also ignored such a huge number and efficiently eliminated batch after batch of demon cannon fodders. The trial of Sauron's battle flag plane began to take effect. The main target of the trial was the demons, and most of the officers in Mordor had entered it, so when they really faced the demon army, they did not panic at all. If the officers did not panic, the soldiers below would not panic. All orders were carried out in an orderly manner, and the enemy was quickly reduced under the attack. Clay golems enter combat state. The clay golems, which occupied the largest proportion of the city of Mordor, began to step forward. Nearly 6,000 clay golems and stone golems formed the first line of defense. When the 70 or 80,000 undead cannon fodders approached, the clay golems did not change at all. With 25 points of strength, they directly crushed the enemy. At the moment of contact, 7 or 8,000 skeletons and dretches were smashed without hesitation. The ability, Resist Attack, was originally for defensive counterattack, and the effect was amazing against cannon fodders. And the most important point was that although the clay golem's combat power was close to the lowest among the golems, they had a very powerful ability. They had about 10 points of damage immunity, and they were very effective against sharp weapons. They could gradually recover their damage during the battle. Mordor did not make large and giant clay golems, which made them unable to fight against high-grade beings, but it was enough to crush these cannon fodders with numbers. Batches of demon cannon fodders fell down. The dretches were the first to be unable to bear it, and began to collapse quickly. Even the demon generals could not stop them. There were 30 to 50,000 demon corpses at the front of the battle, but only 100 or 200 clay golems were destroyed. The skeletons and zombies were basically of little use, especially when facing the golems. They were difficult to break through. Earthquake. The ground began to shake violently. A small group of necromancers quietly approached under the leadership of the Lich, and then launched a large-scale earthquake. Then many clay golems began to crack. This spell caused high damage to the clay golems. However, they only had so many opportunities. At the moment when they were close to the battlefield and finished casting, these people were completely exposed. The Darkblade assassins blessed by Sauron quickly dealt with them. The battlefield entered a war of attrition. The army of Mordor was on standby in the rear. The clay golems began to fight with the cannon fodders in front of them. Almost every time a clay golem was destroyed, the undead would have to pay 100 times the price. The basic cost of a clay golem was more than 3,600 gold coins. If it was sold on the market, the price would be about 15,000 gold coins. Requires casting a spell to activate. Sauron did not feel distressed at the moment. He watched the clay golems and the abyss cannon fodders in front of him without blinking. The main force basically stopped attacking. In this way, Sauron used nearly 1,800 clay golems to fight against nearly 100,000 undead cannon fodders. In his heart, he was already prepared to use Kindler to fight against the demons. Chapter 10:51. Piles of bones and corpses piled up like mountains. The high-grade demons obviously did not expect the army of Mordor to be so resilient, and the successful cannon fodder could not break into the enemy's defense line. The war of attrition failed. This was a blow to the demons' morale, because in every battle, they succeeded in using cannon fodder to kill part of the enemy's main force. But now the enemy in front of them had only consumed a part of the golems, and there were still many golems in the rear. If they wanted to completely defeat the enemy, they did not know how many people would die. Hezru attack. Skeletons attack. Orcus did not care about the consumption of more than 100,000 cannon fodder. He clenched his scepter and looked at Sauron, who was also motionless, and waved his hand to start the second round of attrition. In the bottomless abyss, even the middle-grade demons were also cannon fodder. They were just higher-grade cannon fodder. Arcus had plenty of cannon fodder, and he did not believe that the enemy in front of him could resist all the cannon fodder attacks. Ghouls, skeleton warriors, and some undead knights joined the battlefield. On the other side were berserk demons and Hezra demons as the core cannon fodder of the bloody war. These creatures with amazing strength and huge size were enough to crush the enemy. Their tenacious vitality could break through any defense line. Roar! The Hezra demons roared again and again. In Soren's line of defense, many officers began to issue orders. After experiencing the battle flag trial, they knew very well that the Golem Legion alone could not stop all the Hezru. Steel Golems enter combat mode. More heavy footsteps sounded, and steel golems appeared in front of the defense line. There were not many of them. Even in Mordor, there were only about 1,600 of them, but their combat power was quite strong. Any steel golem alone was at the level of a mini-boss. Steel golems and golems mixed to form a defense line. At this moment, the Grey Dwarf Shield Warriors also joined the battle. They were scattered on both sides to cover. Some heavy armored warriors with swords in both hands spread out. Assassins and rogues escaped into the shadows, ready to destroy the demons that broke through the defense line. The Berserk demons and Hezra demons' charge was unstoppable. These terrible demons faced the Golem army of Motor City head-on, and they were not at a disadvantage at all. They crushed the clay golems at the front and were held back by the golems. A small number of them broke through the defense of the steel golems, but they soon encountered the stone-like shield warriors of the Grey Dwarves. Saruman, you may make your move now. The high priest's voice rang out. Then they saw Saruman scatter a field of sparkling and translucent crystals. These crystals scattered with the wind, and the plants on the ground grew wildly the moment they came into contact with them. Countless vines rose from the ground. A large-scale entanglement spell that enveloped the battlefield appeared. At the same time, the vines also had some terrifying characteristics. They could devour flesh and blood to strengthen themselves, quickly stopping the advance of the demon army. Demigod Saruman, the power of the legendary realm, had finally made its move. This made one of the Balers restless, but when it saw Soren at the back, it obediently gave up on the idea. Only Orcus could fight against Soren. Everyone else would die if they encountered Soren. The Lich at the back did not move, and the demons did not dare to act rashly. The fierce battle was still going on. One by one, the golems fell to the ground under the attack of the demons, and some soldiers of Motor City began to fall. When the snake demons began to join the battlefield, the giant looked at the high priest in the distance. After getting her signal, he roared, and some heavily armored soldiers joined the battle under the lead of the giant. The anchor that weighed more than half a ton was swung by the giant. Even the Hezra demons would be half dead if they were hit by it. This new force quickly defeated the demons in front of them, and at the same time stopped the snake demons outside the line of defense. The priests began to cast their divine spells. Because of the existence of Soren's domain, the number of divine spells they had was obviously more. Some healing spells kept appearing, and the number of casualties of the enemy was obviously much higher than that of Motor City. Balers, assassins, Glabrizu, six-armed snake demons. Attack! Some huge black shadows appeared in the sky. The Balers roared excitedly, opened their huge demon wings, and launched an attack. However, at this moment, a high-pitched dragon roar sounded. An adult shadow dragon led the Quetzalcoatlus to fly towards these demons. Dragons were the overlords of the sky. Even the high-grade demons did not dare to fight with them in the air. The difference in size between the two sides was too big. Some reinforcements from the shadow plane had arrived. Soren also had some troops in the shadow plane, including an adult shadow dragon. Go! Vivian clapped her hands, and then a huge Quetzalcoatlus appeared. It was given divinity by Vivian, and it looked as big as an old dragon. There were screams in the sky, and demons fell one after another. Witches, get ready to fight. When the necromancers started casting their spells, the witches under Gloria's command also prepared for battle. The enemy's attack was getting fiercer and fiercer. Soren narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Orcus behind him. He was waiting for the other side to make a move. It seemed that no one could stop Soren, and Soren also did not have many people who could fight against Orcus. Even Vivian and Lillian were in a bit of danger. Orcus did not move, and Soren could not act rashly. Diamond Golems attack. The core fighting force of Moder finally moved. Under the command of Gloria, more than 100 Diamond Golems appeared on the battlefield. Their huge size gave the demons a lot of pressure. These Diamond Golems were the strongest army that Soren had accumulated. There were countless diamonds that were smashed on them, and each Diamond Golem had legendary fighting strength. They pushed into the demon army, and only the high-grade demons could stop them. Orcus finally could not help it. The skeleton knights began to attack. The lich's figures were erratic. The vampire giants quickly charged, and the ancient mummies appeared one after another. The most powerful undead began to move. On the side of Moder, Gloria, Fallen Witch, Vivian, Alice, and others also began to move, casting spells on themselves. Only they could stop these terrible creatures. Orcus finally moved. He gripped the huge black skeletal staff tightly and stepped forward. Soren stared at him, and his figure disappeared in an instant. There was a strange vacuum in the middle of the battlefield. Neither the army of Moder nor the army of the Abyss dared to get close because this was a battle between gods. Whether it was Soren or Orcus, they both had terrible power that could crush legendary legends. The cold wind whistled. The surrounding coldness seemed to be getting more and more obvious, and little crystal snowflakes fell from the sky. Chapter 1052. Orcus' figure looked huge and bloated. However, when Soren's figure suddenly appeared and slashed at Orcus with his curved sword, Orcus dodged with great agility. At the same time, he swung the Orcus staff backhandedly and smashed it at Soren. Blind fight. Holy realm. Orcus, who was 6 or 7 meters tall and weighed more than 6,000 pounds, was agile beyond his size and managed to dodge Soren's sneak attack. God's descent. Golden light gathered around Soren's body. Facing Orcus, who had 45 points of strength, Soren did not have the confidence to face him head-on. Thus, he directly entered God's descent and increased his temporary stats to the maximum. Clang! It was the first direct confrontation. Soren blocked Orcus' attack with his dual swords, but his figure was pushed back more than 10 meters. The difference in strength is too great. Soren swallowed the blood in his mouth and tested the effect of Orcus' staff on him. He then stood still and stretched his body. Suddenly, his figure split into two. Mimicry. Soren did not use the doppelganger ability because the death of the doppelganger would damage the original body. However, mimicry did not have this problem and could also interfere with the enemy's battle. In a confrontation of this level, normal spells were basically useless. Both Soren and Orcus had more than 1,000 HP. Their immunity to normal spells was too high, and most of the elemental damage was also limited. In this situation, the only thing that both sides could compete with was the most basic of skills. For example, Soren would not give Orcus a chance to cast spells, and Orcus was not afraid of most of Soren's spells. All along, Soren's endurance was extremely high, and he also had the divine domain of death. Orcus' staff could not trigger the death effect at all. This was Soren's biggest advantage. Clang, clang, clang. In this short confrontation, both sides had a better understanding of each other's strength. Soren was a classic example of high agility and high attack, while Orcus was a classic example of high strength and high damage. Both sides were at the extremes, and neither had any obvious weaknesses. Boom, boom, boom. The first round of physical confrontation ended. In an instant, Orcus cast more than 10 spells. These were all instant cast spells. He was still trying to find out Soren's weakness. Shadow Leap. It was a pity. Soren wasn't afraid of spells. He was immune to spells from Circle 1 to Circle 4, and he had Divine Shield to protect himself from higher-level spells. He could also hide in the shadows. Similarly, Soren also gave his opponent the first round of instant cast spells. He used Melf's Strong Acid Arrow and Melf's Minute Meteor. Orcus howled in pain. It seemed like he was not immune to Soren's spells and had suffered some damage. However, his regenerative ability was very strong, and he also had the ability of a priest. He recovered in the blink of an eye. The battle seemed to have reached a stalemate. Both Soren and Orcus had the ability to hurt each other, but they weren't confident that they could kill each other in one hit. Soren could heal himself with divine spells. Similarly, Orcus could be restored using divine arts. The battle between the two sides determined that they had to suppress the other side, and it was obvious that this was not going to be easy. Outside the battlefield, the advantages of the city of Mordor began to show. Vivian and Lillian were mid-level gods together. Saruman was a demigod. Fallen, which was a high-grade legendary spellcaster. Alice controlled a huge golem army, and Gloria controlled the magic lock on the arcane tower. From time to time, she could also use the superconducting mana crystal pulse. If it wasn't for maintaining the energy of the magic lock, a round of cannon fire would be enough. The battle was tilting towards the city of Mordor. Orcus had great power, but he didn't have any gods as his subordinates. The only one that could be regarded as a god was the Ghoul King, Dorison, but now it seemed that he wasn't on the battlefield. In the battle, Orcus was obviously getting anxious. He tried to find Soren's weakness, and his attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. On the other hand, Soren was gradually moving around and could even use Simulacrum to hunt down nearby liches. Soren couldn't kill Orcus at once, but he could delay the opponent and gradually suppress the situation of the Abyss army. Undead Domain, Lord of the Undead, Mummy's Dust. Orcus finally couldn't help it. With the opening of a domain, he raised his hand and sprinkled out a gray dust. Then the figures of 6 ancient mummies began to gather in front of him, and at the same time, they rushed towards Soren from all directions. There's actually such a method. In one breath, he summoned 6 legendary helpers, which surprised Soren. But soon the light of the elemental stone appeared, and an elder wind elemental, an elder fire elemental, and a giant earth elemental poured out of the portal. He also knew a lot of summoning spells, such as dryads, and more dryads. However, there was no need for dryads in this level of battle. They had many other uses. Bang! In just one confrontation, the giant earth elemental summoned by Soren was blown away, and then the elder fire elemental was torn apart by the 3 mummies. At this time, Soren realized that something was wrong, because the ancient mummies in front of him had the light of divinity on them. He was very surprised and said to himself, they actually summoned divine mummies. Looks like there's no other way. Soren put away his curved sword and suddenly stretched out his hand toward the void, and then said in a deep voice, "My servants, listen to my call. Gate of the kingdom of God." A light gate opened in front of him. Since the opponent wanted to use summon creatures to suppress him, he didn't mind showing the opponent a luxurious lineup of summoned servants. The gate of the kingdom of God opened. Accompanied by a golden radiance, an otherworldly god's emissary walked out. Then, 4 otherworldly god servants with black wings flew out, followed by 12 high-level heroic spirits in the form of shadow angels. A group of servants in the form of shadow angels protected Soren in the middle. My lord, after the ugly monkey died, the angel from another world knelt on one knee towards Soren, then stood up and pulled out a sharp blade that glowed with dark light. Theoretically speaking, Soren's gate of the kingdom of God could summon any servant in the kingdom of God, from gods to angels. As long as Soren had enough divine power, he could summon as many servants as he wanted. This was the key reason why gods were almost impossible to defeat outside of the Avatar crisis. Fighting against a true god was equivalent to fighting against the kingdom of God. The revenge of the Queen of Spiders on the Arcanists had proved this point. Kill them. Soren nodded calmly. A true god could summon thousands of heroic spirits with a wave of his hand. He didn't have this ability now, but it was enough to summon an army of heroic spirits. Chapter 1053. The cold wind howled. After winter, the temperature in the outer islands also gradually dropped, but today the drop seemed to be very obvious. Gloria's silhouette stood at the top of the arcane tower. She was controlling the massive magic lock. However, as the snowflakes drifted away, Gloria seemed to have sensed something. She nodded lightly towards the distance. The battle below was still going on. Although the city of Mordor seemed to have a great advantage, there were too many enemies. Countless undead almost filled the field of vision. The defense line of the dwarven shield warriors was constantly being compressed, and the ratio of casualties was gradually increasing. Even if a large number of cannon fodder were consumed with golems, the number of undead army was still more than 5 times that of the city of Mordor. The middle-grade demons began to break through the defense line, and the drows pulled out their swords to join the battle. In the city of Mordor, only these drows with high-grade professions could deal with these demons one-on-one. The pressure on the priests became greater and greater. Some priests who had used up their divine spells began to join the battle with scepters. The priests in this world were not weak spellcasters. They could wear heavy armor and fight head-on with warhammers. On the other side of the battlefield, Orcus's situation seemed to be a little unfavorable. After his third resurrection, he had not recovered his full strength. Neither the Lord of the Dead nor the God of Death, Nero, would allow him to fully recover. That would not allow them to control Orcus. Sorin's suppression began to become obvious. Also, because of the existence of the magic lock, the combat power of the enemy spellcasters had decreased a lot. Many low-grade spells of the liches had lost their effect, and the preparation time for high-level spells was constant. The Dark Blade and the Inquisitor Assassin, who were given divinity by Sorin, had been staring at them. The figure of the Arcane Assassin was like a ghost. Every time he appeared, an enemy would fall. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. Orcus's figure was already covered with scars. Sorin was also injured, but he immediately recovered with a high recovery spell. Dorison. Finally, the undead king, Orcus lost all his patience. The more this battle continued, the more likely he was to lose because some of the demons had begun to collapse. They were afraid of the gods. And Mordor City seemed to have more than one god. Orcus smashed his huge scepter on the ground, and a huge summoning circle automatically formed. The figure of Dorison, the king of ghouls, appeared, along with some huge twisted ghouls. He summoned his servant, the leader of the undead army, the king of ghouls, Dorison. You finally can't hold it in anymore? When the king of ghouls appeared, Sorin quickly retreated. He didn't want to fight 2 powerful demon lords at once. Snowflakes danced in the air. Sorin's figure turned into a golden shadow as he slowly said, "Then let's end this now." Whoosh! A gale swept through the entire battlefield in an instant. The snowstorm suddenly became incomparably fierce, and the ground froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless ice and snow fell like sharp blades, and the demons let out incomparably shrill screams, and the undead army fell to the ground in droves. Princess Royal's figure appeared. After Sorin bought a lot of time for her, Princess Royal finally completed this super-large divine spell. Icebound Kingdom. The cold instantly shrouded the battlefield. The army of Mordor City quickly retreated, and a terrible snowstorm fell from the sky. The low-level undead were directly frozen into ice sculptures, and the high-level demons were covered with scars. Ice and snow gathered in the wind. Then a little golden light fell, and a 20-meter-tall snow giant appeared in the snow and ice. It roared and rampaged through the undead army. All attacks could hardly leave a mark on its body because the ice and snow quickly repaired it. Sure enough, Sorin looked at the countless fallen undead and murmured, "The large-scale lethality of spellcasters after ascending to godhood is still greater than that of melee fighters." Princess Royal almost reversed the situation of the battle by herself. This kind of scene could only be achieved by Gloria using meteorite, but that meant that the island of Mordor would be severely damaged. Soren was still not comparable to Princess Royal in terms of AoE damage. He could use area divine power shockwaves and legendary spells, but there was no way to kill tens of thousands of demons and undead as quietly as Princess Royal. Master, in a snowstorm, a girl with a nine-tailed whip appeared. She stopped a group of high-level demons, and some petitioners appeared behind her. The girl of pain bowed slightly to Soren to show her respect, and then quickly joined the battle. Soren just frowned slightly at this. As Soren's subordinate god, under normal circumstances, the girl of pain should have joined the battle as soon as possible. But in fact, the situation was that when Princess Royal appeared, and the battle was almost completely in Mordor's favor, the girl of pain summoned her heroic spirit. Sure enough, Soren said to himself, the native god who surrendered is not trustworthy. Soren was a little disappointed with the girl of pain. The undead's attack stopped. The army of Mordor City launched a counterattack, and Soren, Princess Royal, and Vivian surrounded Orcus's Dory son. The situation was very clear. Orcus, the undead king, and Dory son, the ghoul king, would face Soren, intermediate divine power, the twins of fear, Vivian and Lillian, intermediate divine power, and Arendelle's snow goddess, Princess Royal, intermediate divine power. A trace of fear finally appeared on Orcus's face. On the other hand, Dory's son, the Ghoul King, was very confused. He thought that his master was going to attack the material plane to plunder and kill, but he didn't expect that his master was going to attack Mordor City. Dory's son, who had just responded to the summon, didn't see the situation clearly, and then he found himself surrounded by 3 intermediate divine powers. His mood was simply F***ed up. Roar. Orcus let out a roar full of unwillingness. He waved the Orcus staff and rushed toward Soren. However, what everyone didn't expect was that when Orcus rushed up crazily, Dory's son, the Ghoul King, quietly retreated, then suddenly opened a strange door of light and disappeared directly in front of everyone's eyes. He escaped. The surrounding space had been sealed, but he still escaped. Crafty field. Soren seemed to have thought of something, and then he faced Orcus in front of him. Orcus had no chance of winning. When Dory's son, the Ghoul King, escaped, the less than 30% chance of winning was directly reduced to 0. Unless some kind of miracle happened, it was impossible for Orcus to defeat 3 intermediate divine powers at the same time. He was dead for sure. He just didn't know if he could be resurrected after this death. Maybe dying in the hands of Soren would be his final end. Chapter 10:54. The battle was still going on. However, when the king of ghouls ran away, the only thing left was to kill the Abyss army. Orcus was very powerful, but even the most powerful 2-headed baboon, Demogorgon, couldn't fight against 3 mid-level gods at the same time. Therefore, Orcus' injuries became more and more serious. Princess Royal's Frost domain greatly reduced Orcus' speed and reflexes, and Vivian and Lillian's harassment constantly attacked his recovery ability. Soren, as the main damage output of the battle, was wandering around. Under the siege of 2 god-tier spellcasters and a god-tier thief. Even if Orcus was once one of the 3 giants of the Abyss, he could only hold on for about 10 minutes before his heart was pierced by Soren's Silverlight. Roar! A roar full of unwillingness sounded. Orcus' remaining vitality dissipated with Soren's last blow, and then a lot of divine light scattered on the battlefield. However, in the haze, an invisible shadow emerged, and then it broke away from Orcus' body and immediately wanted to drill into the ground. It was automatically returning to the bottomless abyss. A little bit of divine light scattered on the battlefield, and the one who gained the most was naturally Soren, followed by Vivian and Lillian, and then the fallen witch, who didn't participate in the battle, came in third. On the contrary, Princess Royal, who was the main force of the battle, only absorbed a little divine value, and then Gloria also only got a little. The golden light spots were divided into more than 20 parts and scattered on the battlefield. Some merged into the bodies of the high-grade demons that escaped, and some fell into the bodies of the professions in the city of Moder. The giants who had half of the swamp giant bloodline gained a little divine value. Where do you think you're going? Soren saw the shadow that escaped, but strangely, Vivian and Princess Royal didn't notice it. It seemed that only those who mastered the power of death could see Orcus' soul, and when Soren opened his death domain to trap the soul in front of him, he immediately felt a strong struggle. This was a very unique soul. He was protected by the chaotic energy of the bottomless abyss. Orcus' physical body was just a shell. The soul in front of him was everything. As long as this soul was not destroyed, Orcus could still be summoned back to life. Bang! The Orcus staff fell to the ground. As Soren trapped the soul in front of him, he was surprised that Orcus' soul had the power to resist the power of the death priesthood. Looks like the legend says that Orcus is the first undead in this world. Maybe it's true. It was a very strange point. Soren was unable to suppress this soul. Faced with Soren's approach, Orcus' soul gritted its teeth and broke through Soren's defense. Then it escaped into the Orcus staff. The radiance of divinity shone. Then a faint light appeared on the Orcus staff, and Orcus' soul completely hid inside the divine artifact. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in a divine artifact? Soren waved his hand, and the Orcus staff fell into his hand. This +5 divine artifact was very famous. However, Orcus' resurrection seemed to have something to do with this divine artifact. This was the 3rd time Orcus had been resurrected. It was impossible for him to come back to life every time. Soren believed that the reason for Orcus' continuous resurrection must be because of this divine artifact. I can't suppress it. Soren tried to use his divine power to invade the divine artifact, but it was like mud sinking into the sea. He frowned and looked at the Orcus staff in front of him. He muttered, "This thing is actually so heavy? Something's wrong. Could it be a divine artifact made from annihilation? There's no point in hiding in there. I have ways to deal with you slowly." The weight of the Orcus staff was terrifying. According to Soren's estimation, the staff's actual weight should be more than a ton. However, it was enchanted with spells. It seemed that anyone who was given the right to use it could also use it. However, its actual weight was more than a ton. It was estimated that only Orcus, who was the strongest in the abyss, could use it easily. It was no wonder that Soren vomited blood when he first fought with him. A row of data appeared in front of him. You've killed Abyss Giant, Undead King, Orcus. Extracting target's soul energy. Target's soul energy has dissipated. Extracting part of the soul. You've received 325,000 slaughter EXP. Target has divinity. Extracting target's divinity. You've received 85 divinity. Target has divinity. Extracting target's divinity. You've received 10 divinity. Extracting death domain. Compatibility 100%. Your death domain has been upgraded. Extracting evil domain. Compatibility 72%. Your evil domain has been upgraded. Your death's hand ability has been upgraded. A large amount of golden divine radiance merged into Soren's body. However, it was a little regrettable that although Soren had received nearly 100 divinity, the number of divinity he received was still very little. This was a common problem in the abyss. There were many creatures with divinity, but very few with divinity. This was the same even for the 3 giants of the abyss. Although Orcus was extremely powerful, he still had a lot of divinity. The number of divinity he had was pitifully small. Moreover, every time Orcus was resurrected, he would kill and devour other powerful demons and undead to recover his strength. However, it was destined that he would not be able to accumulate much divinity. In fact, Soren had obtained enough divinity because this time it was Nero, the god of death, who secretly controlled the resurrection of Orcus. That was why there were so many divinity points. Otherwise, Soren's divinity might only be in the single digits. Looking at the entire abyss, among all the demon lords who could provide a little bit of divinity, perhaps only the succubus queen who controlled the taboo, lust, ethics, and other divinity could provide a little bit more divinity. Then, the ghoul king who just escaped should have a divinity that was close to a lesser divine power. Lastly, the gnoll king should have a divinity that was close to a lesser divine power. In the abyss, it was easy to find a high-level demon with divinity, but it was difficult to find one with divinity. After all, divinity was mostly innate, while divinity was mostly condensed. This determined that the difficulty of obtaining divinity was much higher than divinity. The Staff of Orcus. The soul of the abyss giant once escaped into this divine artifact. Soren tried to suppress it, but there was no reaction at all. This divine artifact seemed to be a little special because it had the power of death, and it seemed to have gathered a trace of the divinity of death in it. Unbelievable! This divine artifact seemed to be even more awesome than Orcus himself. Chapter 1055. The strong smell of blood filled the battlefield. In this battle, although the Abyss army was completely wiped out and suffered heavy losses, the disaster that Mordor City suffered was also not small. 3 towns were razed to the ground by the crazy demons, and more than 30,000 civilians were directly killed or injured in the hands of the demons and the undead. In contrast, the loss of the army was a little less because the Golem army took a considerable part of the loss. All the soldiers could not help but cheer when they defeated the powerful demon army, but soon the cheers gradually subsided because Mordor City had never suffered such a big loss, especially when so many innocent civilians died in the hands of the enemy. With the Abyss army as the center, less than 600 people in the 3 nearby towns managed to escape, and the rest were all ruthlessly killed by the undead. The casualties diluted the joy of victory, and Soren's heart was full of anger. Mordor City had never suffered such a big loss. More than 30,000 civilians were killed by the demon army. Whether it was the strength of Mordor City or Soren's church, both suffered a big blow. No matter who is behind this, he must pay the price. Soren looked into the distance. The priest still began to dispel the plague and disease. The undead brought the smell of plague and the corrosive smell of the corpse. These lands must be purified, and a large number of civilians who died in vain needed to be buried. More than 5,000 soldiers died in the battle, and almost everyone was injured. If there was no support from the church behind them, perhaps more than 60% of the army of Mordor City would have died. Orcus, who ordered you to attack Mordor City? A trace of killing intent appeared in Soren's eyes. The Abyss army would not attack Mordor City for no reason. There were so many places in the material plane that could be attacked. Why would they choose Mordor City, which was the most difficult to attack? There must be someone behind this who wanted to weaken Soren's strength. Clean up the battlefield. Soren nodded to the high priest behind him, and then the next moment, he appeared in the temple. The power in the temple had been consumed a lot, and a large prayer ceremony was needed to restore it. Soren held the legendary Orcus staff in his hand and waved it a little, but he felt that it was not smooth. The weight of this staff was a little too high. Even Soren felt a little uncomfortable using it. It would be much easier for the demon incarnation to use it. About 1.5 tons. Soren estimated the weight of the Orcus staff in his hand. He then examined it with his consciousness and muttered, "There's a special spell inside. If someone with Orcus permission uses it, the weight will be reduced to around 100 pounds. The heavier the weapon, the better." Needless to say, the daggers used by assassins were light and small. Thin swords were generally controlled to be less than 3 caddies in weight. Long swords would be slightly heavier, but rarely would they exceed 10 caddies. The giants, who could easily use weapons that weighed more than half a ton, were an exception. Under normal circumstances, only the demons of the bottomless abyss would use such weapons. According to a relatively simple calculation formula, A human with around 10 points of strength could bear a weight of 100 pounds under heavy load, which equated to 359 kilograms. That was close to 100 kilograms. Many people who had tried to resist rice should have a clear idea of this. Among the extraordinary creatures whose strength was above 30, the easiest target was the young red dragon. Its large size gave it about 32 strength, and it could bear 9,600 pounds under heavy load, which was 354 tons in common units. Under normal circumstances, the amount of strength one could display had a lot to do with the weight they were carrying. Usually, they could lift up to twice their maximum weight off the ground. They could also push or drag up to 5 times their maximum weight. Under better conditions, the weight could even be doubled. For example, an adult red dragon could lift up to 7 tons, easy, maximum 17, 4 tons, very hard, and push or drag up to 75 tons, easy, maximum 43, 5 tons, very hard. Strictly speaking, Soren still couldn't use the Orcus staff in battle. He could easily lift it up and swing it around, but it was completely different in battle. There was a price to pay for using a heavy weapon. Even if Soren's demon incarnation had close to 40 strength, the giant executioner's sword only weighed about half a ton. Under normal circumstances, the Baylor weighed 4,500 pounds, had 35 strength, and was about 5 meters tall. However, the giant executioner's sword only weighed about 400 pounds. The Baylor could easily lift up to 10 tons of weight, but it didn't mean that they couldn't use heavy weapons. However, doing so would reduce their combat strength. Maybe I could try to make it into an executioner's sword. Soren held the Orcus staff in his hand, and he already had some ideas in his mind. Orcus's strength was the strongest in the entire abyss. Soren wasn't too sure about its limits. But even if Soren activated his divine blessing, he still felt a lot of pressure when facing Orcus. He didn't dare to fight this monster directly. The strength of his demon incarnation was 40 strength, and Soren hadn't tested it before. But according to his own estimation, as the Baylor's demon incarnation, it shouldn't be too difficult to use this weapon. At least it wouldn't reduce his combat strength. This is a divine artifact. Soren stared at the Orcus staff in his hand and murmured, "How do I remake it?" A +5 divine artifact. This wasn't an easy task. Everyone knew that destroying a divine artifact would result in a severe backlash, and even Mage's disjunction only had a 1% chance of destroying a divine artifact. Soren felt that the Orcus staff was different when he first came into contact with it. It was like a phylactery, and Orcus's soul relied on it to continuously resurrect. This undoubtedly made it more difficult to destroy it. Soren didn't just need to destroy the Orcus staff. He needed to extract the death energy within it, then completely destroy Orcus's soul, and finally remake it into a giant executioner's sword. This wasn't going to be easy. Soren hadn't modified such a high-level divine artifact, and it seemed that it wouldn't work if he just used his divine power. This divine artifact had been given divinity by Orcus, and the enemies it killed could be directly turned into undead. Soren wanted to preserve this power. If the two-handed sword of his demon incarnation could directly kill the target and resurrect them into undead puppets, then the effect of the battle would be very terrifying. What should I do? Soren couldn't help but fall into deep thought. P.S. It seems that the weight of the Orcus staff has caused a controversy. People think that this weight is completely unworthy of its status as a demon lord. It's so much worse than those who can blow up planets with one punch. Pure physical strength could be roughly calculated. Futu never knew how to write and couldn't write the kind of words that could destroy the world and blow up planets with one punch. The gods had the ability to destroy continents, and the Arcane Empire also had alchemy devices that could destroy continents. But some powers were like flipping a table. Once they were used, everyone was done for. Orcus's strength was the limit, and only the Cinemanes could be stronger. Without taking into account the divine power of magic, the limit that the body could reach was only so much. As for the specific amount of lethality that could be broken out, only high-end data people could calculate it. However, Futu had not carefully calculated the specific conversion. If you want to be entangled, you can estimate it yourself. According to an ordinary person, a boxer, how many pounds did he carry, how many pounds did he lift, and how many pounds did he use in the final battle? Not counting his supernatural abilities. You can go and convert according to the ratio. Chapter 1056. The cold wind was howling. With the coming of the new year, the outer islands also ushered in the first heavy snow. The great war that broke out in the south of the island did not affect the harbor and the inner city, so although others heard about it, they could only know how fierce the battle was from a few people. The outside world had more speculations about the city of Mordor. When they learned that the demon army was led by Orcus, many gods' churches were shocked and quickly sent the news back. Mordor City's reaction ability and hidden trump cards were really amazing. In the case of facing the Steel Abyss Legion head-on, they were still able to protect the inner city without any losses, and they resisted this attack in just half a day. This was something that no kingdom in the material plane could do. Even if there were gods, it would be difficult. There is no doubt that the city of Mordor still had many hidden cards that they did not know. Although everything ended quickly, the pain was unbearable. However, the pain they brought was unavoidable. After the high priest cleaned up the battlefield, he sent people to organize a grand funeral. Sauron's church and believers suffered a serious blow. More than 20,000 believers died in the attack of the Abyss army. About 20 priests were killed by the liches and the undead. Although their souls could return to the kingdom of God, they were still dead after all. 3 towns that had been fully established were turned into ruins. The city of Mordor lost more than 10 million kindler directly in this battle. It would take more resources to rebuild the towns and migrate the population in the future. This was a blatant attack. The purpose was undoubtedly to attack Sauron's power. If the city of Mordor had not reacted quickly, Sauron's church would have been destroyed in an instant. The enemy must pay the price. No matter who was behind the scenes, Sauron must make them pay the price. However, the most important thing now was to restore order in the city of Mordor and mobilize troops to guard all places. Sauron was not sure if this was the only wave of the enemy's attack. We must fight back. Sauron stood on the high platform of the great temple, listening to the prayers of the believers outside and the cries of countless souls. More than 30,000 civilians died in the city of Mordor. The souls of these civilians were collected by the temple. Because there were too many of them at once, and Sauron was worried about Mingi, he could only ask the oracles from another world to send them to the Holy Kingdom in batches. Sauron suspected that this attack was orchestrated by Naruto. However, there was something wrong with Naruto attacking him so recklessly. Sauron suspected that someone else was behind this. There were many gods among the gods who wanted to test him. It's not time to make a move on Naruto yet. If I remember correctly, he will soon hold the promotion ceremony. Sauron's gaze pierced through space as he muttered, "However, since you dared to attack me, you must pay the price. Looks like it's time to start a war in the Abyss." The enemy did not make a move openly. This was the problem. Sauron could not gather the gods in the alliance to deal with Naruto. However, since Orcus attacked and was now killed by Sauron, and his soul escaped into the staff of Orcus, then he had to do something. The most valuable revenge at the moment was to cut off Orcus's wings in the Abyss. The Abyss, the third layer, the Forgotten Land. After nearly 2 months of silence, behind the Galumba Arena, in a magnificent palace built near a volcano, the heavy obsidian gate slowly opened. Later, the figure of the Baelor leader, Sauron, came out of it. Behind him were 6 Baelor who had completed their evolution. At the same time, there was also a Baelor who came to join Sauron. He came from the dark well of the bottomless abyss. He was an evil and powerful existence. Master, Master, Master! The high-class succubus maids who had been guarding the door immediately greeted Sauron. They flapped their small demon wings to welcome him. 7 or 8 high-class succubus maids surrounded Sauron, obediently waiting for orders. The The second to speak was the Goblin Demon Warlock. Since the Galumba arena became bigger and bigger, the power of the goblins was severely weakened. Demons dominated the place, especially when more and more high-grade demons tried to join Sauron to gain power. The status of the goblins was even worse. The generosity and cruelty of Sauron the Beheader had spread throughout the Abyss. Many demons had joined the Abyss because of the temptation of benefits. This made the number of demons and goblins more and more unstable. The goblins knew very well that only Sauron could guarantee their status. Otherwise, they would have been devoured by the demons and demons long ago. The last to speak was the leader of the demon guards in the Galumba arena. He was a powerful assassin demon who was responsible for training some powerful demon guards. Sound the alarm. Summon the demon army. Sauron's burly figure came out. The wide demon wings were like a pair of dragon wings when they opened. He glanced at the assassin demon's happy expression and said slowly, "War is coming. Let us destroy. Let us conquer." Dong, dong, dong. The dull sound of the bell echoed throughout the Galumba arena. This bell was only rung during the most grand competition battles and when the army was summoned. There was no doubt that there was no competition now. The only explanation was that the great Baelor Lord Sauron was summoning his demon army. So, this only meant one thing in the Abyss: war was coming. What was absolutely different from the material plane was that when the bell to summon the demon army rang, everyone's face was not surprised and nervous, but uncontrollable excitement and fighting spirit. Demons thirsted for war. Demons thirsted for killing. More than once, there were high-grade demons who thought that Sauron was too kind. This was not a compliment in the Abyss. These high-grade demons who came over thought that Sauron should start a war. War was necessary. They needed a war to gain merit, a war to prove their strength, a war to expand their territory, and a war to strengthen themselves. All the high-grade demons who came over thought that Sauron should at least choose a secondary demon lord as an enemy. The huge demon army needed a target. They needed to eliminate enemies and plunder wealth. They also needed to use this to gain a higher status. It would be best to become a low-grade demon lord. These demons thought that the days in the Galumba arena were a bit idle. They trained every day, summoned more demons, occasionally cleaned up the wilderness, and dealt with demons. These were not serious matters for the high-grade demons. The only thing they did was to fight and kill. Ha ha ha. Is the war finally going to start? A burly Baelor laughed as he rushed out of the tavern. Demons did not need ordinary food, and they did not even have certain organs. Drinking was a pastime that only high-ranked demons could enjoy, and only special wine could make them feel it. This kind of wine was almost poisonous to humans. A Glabrizu figure also came out of the tavern. Almost all the demons who were qualified to enter the tavern were high-grade demons. The middle-grade and low-grade demons were basically in the military camp, or they were carrying out cleaning tasks in the wilderness. The whole Galumba arena was boiling. The high-grade demons who had nothing to do appeared one after another. They either flapped their demon wings and flew into the air, or directly teleported to the square. In the war against the Kingdom of Fear, a large number of new high-grade demons were born in the Galumba arena. They had been eager for new battles to make themselves stronger. The 5 six-armed snake demons quickly swam across the wide street. Their reaction speed was very fast, and when they arrived, they were already fully armed. At this time, in the big square of the Galumba arena, there were nearly 100 high-grade demons gathered together. At the top of the list were the 6 higher demons that stood out from the rest. They were the High Baelor O'Leary, the 6-armed snake demon leader, RYZ, the Glabriza messenger, Frost, the assassin instructor, Kryla, the goblin sorcerer, Milt, and the soul caliber captain, Mortier. These 6 high-grade demons all had a characteristic. That was, they all wore a special magic ring on their fingers. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of boots sounded, and the figure of the succubus boss, Rena-Lise, also appeared. The demons came very quickly and were all very excited. Some high-grade demons whispered to each other and seemed to be guessing who the target was this time. Soon, With a breath of the raging fire, Sauron's burly figure descended from the sky. He looked down at the many high-grade demons in front of him, and then slowly said, "The time for war has come. It's time for us to conquer and destroy the next target." One by one, Balrogs appeared behind Sauron. Although many high-grade demons have been guessing that the Lord had not appeared for so long because he was cultivating Balrogs, when so many Balrogs really appeared in front of them, they could not help but feel a little shocked. Orcus has fallen in the material plane. A huge beheading sword appeared in Sauron's palm. He held the flame whip and pointed to the void, and said in a deep voice, "All the planes he controlled have now become ownerless. The Ghoul King, Dorison, betrayed Yeenagu, and now Orcus is dead again. Now this ghoul has become an old dog that has lost its claws and teeth. This is an opportunity for us, a chance to really rise in the abyss. My servants, let us summon the Abyss army. Go and trample Thanatos. Go and conquer Naratel. These places belong to us. Go and summon your servants. Go and summon your allies. We want to conquer these plains. Finally, hang the head of the Ghoul King, Dorison, on the top of the palace of the White Kingdom. P.S. It's a pity that Buddha's math is not good, or I'll tell you how much impact a 1-ton weapon has at supersonic speed. Oomph. Chapter 1057. The Undead King, Orcus. Orcus was once a mortal. No one knew the details about him when he was a mortal. They only knew that he was already a bloated fatty back then and was proficient in certain spells. After his death, his soul came to the outer plane and became the lowest level of larvae, and he began his struggle in the abyss. Finally, he became one of the most powerful demons in the abyss. After Orcus became the demon lord, his infamy spread across all the planes. He claimed that he was the creator of the undead, a strange creature that was far away from the negative energy plane. Orcus became even more infamous because he knew the secret of the living dead. No one knew when Orcus began to rule over Thanatos. There were rumors that Orcus also ruled over other layers of the abyss, but it was certain that it was a long time ago. It was said that Orcus created the first batch of Death Knights, and there were a total of 12 of them. These Death Knights were all righteous men when they were alive. Orcus, who was killed by Sauron, was not in his true undead king form. This was because Orcus' stats in his peak form were very abnormal. Strength 54, Dexterity 25, Constitution 42, Intelligence 34, Wisdom 30, Charm 42. Note: the data of the Undead King's peak form will be posted in the book after this chapter. Orcus' territory was Thanatos. Thanatos was on the 113th floor of the abyss. This floor was very cold, filled with ice, thin air, and gloomy moonlight. This floor belonged to the Tana demons, but it also belonged to the undead. In fact, this floor had a slight negative energy characteristic. Even so, purgatory moss and mushrooms still grew at the edge of the frozen ground. Tombstones of all kinds, imaginable and unimaginable, decorated the frozen landscape. Some stood alone, while others were gathered together randomly. It was like a small graveyard. Undead creatures were everywhere. It was not easy to reach Thanatos from the upper level of the abyss, unless one had a super advanced teleportation gate. Or else, to reach Thanatos, one had to pass through another layer, the frozen waste. The 23rd layer of the bottomless abyss was an extremely cold plane. The ice layer was several miles deep, and there was no sign of human habitation. The distant sun looked even dimmer than the moon in the physical world. The frozen moor was under the jurisdiction of the Frost Giants. They served the Frost Giant King of Coast Church, their demon prince. The Frost Giant mages and their prince lived in the Glacier Castle. It was a castle that was built between two towering ice peaks and was on the verge of collapsing. Spring would never come to the frozen wilderness. Most of the inhabitants there lived in underground fortresses or caves. Conquering Orcus's territory was not an easy task. It took Sauron 3 days to gather his demon army. Most of the middle and low-level demons in the abyss were free-range. They did not need regular food, but they needed flesh and blood to nourish themselves. More importantly, they needed the power of souls. For this battle, Sauron had gathered all the demons in the wilderness. There were 3 demonic mercenaries serving him, but the main force was still nearly 200,000 demons. Among them, the middle-level demons accounted for a large proportion. Most of them had experienced the War of the Kingdom of Fear and survived. Before launching the attack, Sauron had one more thing to do. That was to face another difficult target, the 23rd layer of the Abyss. When Sauron's figure appeared in the frozen waste, he immediately called the demon warlocks to open a portal. The one who ruled here was a demon lord controlled by anger. Sauron did not intend to deal with him too much. The tributary of the Styx River flowed along the upper plain to here, and this place led directly to Thanatos, the territory of Orcus. A dark red teleportation door opened. With the operation of the demon warlocks, Sauron quickly arrived at another cold land. Let's start. Sauron waved his hand and threw a large number of precious materials on the ground. Then more than 10 demon warlocks and lesser balers began to work. They needed to build a portal that was large enough to complete the arrival of more than 100,000 demons. In order to complete the process as soon as possible, Sauron borrowed the power of his body and summoned the emissary from the Kingdom of Shadow. With the help of the emissary, it only took half a day for a huge portal to appear on the border of Thanatos. Then, near the barracks of the Galumba arena, a dark red light appeared. Countless demons howled excitedly and then entered the portal under the control of the Balers. The mighty demon army began to invade. As the main force of the vanguard, there were 6 Balers, 5 assassins, 7 six-armed snake demons, and about 3,000 berserk demons and berserk demons. After they reached the 113th layer of the Abyss, they quickly built a simple fortress under the command of the higher demons. You could not expect too much from the demons' construction ability. This ugly steel fortification was completed in less than 3 hours. Its purpose was only to protect the portal. Leave a group of Balers to protect this place. Sauron waved his hand and summoned the vanguard that had arrived. He said in a deep voice, "Clean up the undead nearby." There were many undead in Thanatos. Within the range of the naked eye, there seemed to be tombs everywhere. Countless undead wandered here, including Boda corpses, death knights, high necromancers, vampires, skeletal warriors, and so on. The power of this plane had been infiltrated by Orcus. When souls entered here, there was a 50% chance that they would become undead and not transform into demons. This was a change to the plane's laws, so this plane had been infiltrated with negative energy. Yes, sir. Master. A Baler stood up and then summoned his subordinates to attack the surroundings. About 3,000 demons began to clean up the surroundings. At the same time, a group of Balers found a mountain under Sauron's command. Then they began to set up a huge magic array. The mighty abyssal army was continuously teleported over. Because it was close to the kingdom of the main body, there was no need to worry about defense. This time, Sauron gathered more than 70% of the army to attack here. The teleportation circle was constantly running. The scene that happened in Motor City was repeated. Soon, an army of nearly 100,000 demons had completed the teleportation and piled up the entire plain. But this time, the undead became the invaders. Sauron led the demon army to attack here with anger and hatred. The invasion of the demons quickly alerted the undead here. The Death Knights that Orcus had once created had noticed the abnormality. They began to gather the undead and quickly set up defensive fortresses, skeletal fortresses. An army of more than 100,000 demons was densely packed on the cold plains. Countless demons anxiously waited for Sauron's order, ready to launch a full-scale war against the gathered undead. However, Sauron did not appear in the demon army. His figure led the Balers to occupy a mountain peak. Master, the magic array has been set up. The lady boss of Succubus appeared in front of Sauron with a group of demon warlocks. Behind her was a large group of demon warlocks and demons who were good at magic. Night witches, hags, Yugros, slaughterers, and so on. Very good. Sauron's huge body turned around and nodded with satisfaction. Start the ritual. A Baelers stood up. He followed the demon warlocks to the center of the magic array, which was a huge platform. The lady boss of Succubus walked in front of the Baelers with a dagger in her hand. Then she waved the dagger and pierced the Baelers' hearts. Boiling hot blood gushed out from the wound. This dagger had evil power and quickly drained the life of the Baelers in front of her. Then countless blood gushed out and flowed onto the magic array. A raging fire appeared on the magic array. The temperature around rose sharply. This was an evil sacrificial magic array. It needed the life of a Baelers to start. Sauron's huge body entered the interior of the mountain through a dug passage. This passage went thousands of meters underground and connected to the magma vein. His huge body slowly entered the magma pool. On the magic array outside the mountain peak, the life of the Baelers was completely drained. A surge of magic poured into the magic array and passed to Sauron's body at the same time. Burn! Spurt! Obey my call. Elves from the fire plane. Expel the coldness of this world. Bring the scorching heat here. In the name of Sauron, the Baelor Lord. Elf from the fire plane. Erupt your anger and scorching heat. Use the scorching heat to dispel the coldness here. Turn this place into a new land of flames. The earth was trembling. The entire plane was experiencing violent and strange earthquakes. Under Sauron's summon, especially after sacrificing a Baelers, the magma pool in front of him seemed to be boiling and surging. Then, the passage to the fire plane was opened. Under the summon of the name of Baelor Lord, countless ancient elves from the fire plane responded to Sauron's summon. They poured into this plane and brought with them a scorching aura. Rumble. The top of the mountain began to collapse and crack. Under the scorching aura, Sauron led countless flame elves out of the mountain. Then, scorching hot magma erupted from the top of the mountain. As the scorching heat spread, the flame elves cheered. Under the summon of the name of the Baelor Lord, they directly turned the mountain in front of them into an active volcano that was erupting. Magma spewed out, dust floated in the sky, and the flame sprites cheered. The temperature of the entire plain was affected by the land of fire elements. With this active volcano as the center, the ice within a radius of several hundred kilometers was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sauron was transforming this plain. He summoned the elves from the fire plane in the name of the Baelor Lord, and the first step he did was to detonate an active volcano in this plain. Chapter 1058. The earth trembled. The volcano that Sauron ignited erupted in a prince-style manner. This was considered the most powerful form of volcanic eruption. It could spray volcanic ash up to 45 kilometers in the air and cover a large area. This type of volcanic eruption could form a powerful pyroclastic flow. Its characteristic was volcanic gas and volcanic ash that was ejected into the stratosphere. A short eruption could end in a day, but could also last for days or even months. A longer eruption would start with the formation of gray clouds. Sometimes, it would be accompanied by a pyroclastic flow. It could spew out large amounts of lava and cause the crater to collapse, forming a crater. The fine ash could cover a large area. Due to the uniqueness of the plain, Sauron could not turn this place into a supervolcano, even if he sacrificed a Balrog. However, there is no doubt that this violent eruption had completely changed some of the characteristics of this plane. This was because the negative energy characteristic given by Orcus was gradually injected with a trace of characteristics from the fire elemental plane under the guidance of Sauron's huge power and the interference of the elves from the Land of Flames. As mentioned before, all planes had channels that connected to the elemental plane. Thanatos was injected with characteristics from the negative energy plane, allowing low-level undead to automatically revive in this plane. When souls entered this plane, they would not become demon worms due to the cold environment and negative energy. Instead, they would become many undead, such as skeletons, zombies, Boda corpses, and so on. This was not what Sauron needed. He did not need undead, nor did he need undead that could continuously revive and grow stronger through killing. The tributary of the river Styx passed through this plane. Under the influence of Orcus power, more than 90% of the souls in this plane would become undead. The remaining layer would become demons and be quickly destroyed by the undead. Therefore, there were tens of millions of undead wandering here. Of course, most of the undead were like abyssal worms. They were weak and needed tens of thousands of battles to produce a high-grade undead. This was an undead farm. Volcanic ash covered a large area of land. The sky darkened, but the temperature did not get colder. Sauron's flame elves had caused the ground to heat up. At the same time, because the channel to the fire elemental plane had been opened, the magma layer in this world was rapidly expanding. As long as this formation was maintained, the characteristics of the plane would gradually change. Transforming a plane wasn't an easy task. If it was done by the main body, it might be faster. However, Sauron needed some time to accumulate experience. We can attack now. Sauron's naked figure walked out of the lava pool at the top. The succubus maids on both sides quickly walked over and put a cloak on him. The rapidly rising temperature made the Balrogs excited. Under the leadership of the Baelor, Sauron's main demon army began to advance. Sauron did not intend to participate in this battle, because it was difficult for him to improve his strength by killing low-level undead. He had more important things to do. Have people prepare the soul crystals. Sauron opened his huge demonic wings and soared into the sky. Then, he ordered the succubus lady boss, summon the goblin demon warlock. We can start preparing for the real ceremony now. This was a plain war. Just killing some undead would not determine the real victory. What Sauron needed was to completely control this plane. Inside the portal, a large number of soul crystals were transported out. These were the spoils of war from the Boda corpses and ghosts that the demon army had destroyed. These relatively ordinary soul crystals had other uses. They were the key to determining whether Sauron could rule this plane. A fierce battle had broken out. The demon army of more than 100,000 began to advance toward the Bone Fortress. All the high-grade demons led their subordinates to fight the Death Knights. For a moment, the entire plane had turned into a battlefield. At this moment, there were already millions of undead gathered. If they were to compare the number of cannon fodder, the undead were no less than the demons. Not to mention, there were countless corpses in this plane. Under the summoning of the Lich, a large number of skeletons and skeleton warriors were immediately resurrected. It was as if there was no end to them. The characteristics of the plane still gave them abilities. Under the effect of the characteristics of the plane, Thanatos undead spells could be enhanced by 1 to 3 casting levels. After all, this was Orcus territory. Sauron spread his huge demonic wings and flew to the border of the plane. There were already hundreds of goblin demon warlocks waiting here. Some powerful night witches and Onababas were also waiting for Sauron to bring them here. We can begin. Sauron nodded at a legendary level Yugoloth. Immediately after, the Yugoloth ordered its subordinates to summon a boat of the river Styx. The Yugoloth had always been one of the ferrymen of the river Styx. Only they could easily come into contact with the river Styx. Do it, the Yugoloth roared. Then the earth shook violently. A crack appeared on the border of the land. The river Styx's water flowed into the land through the crack. A huge pit appeared in front of them. There were countless runes around it. These were all set up by the goblin demon warlocks, night witches, and Onababas. The river Styx's water flowed into it. Countless undead wailed. With the help of the Yugoloth, a huge pool of the river Styx appeared in front of Sauron. The rich power of death filled the air. Sauron slowly came to the huge pool and took out a bottle of dark red liquid. This was the essence from the Abyss blood pool. Sauron opened the crystal bottle in his hand and poured the essence of the Abyss blood pool into the pool of the river Styx. He then cut open his palm and roared, "Chaos!" The demon lord's blood fell into the pool. The entire pool of the river Styx suddenly boiled crazily. Countless souls wailed in it. The dark red essence of the blood pool spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the help of Sauron's demon lord's blood, the pool of the river Styx was quickly dyed red. The passage in the distance had been sealed. Under the effect of the essence of the blood pool, the pool of the river Styx was quickly assimilated into a huge pool of blood. Pour in the soul crystals. The demons carried baskets of low-grade soul crystals and tossed them into the newly formed blood pool. Then, bubbles appeared in the center of the blood pool. Countless pieces of flesh and blood churned and combined at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scene was extremely disgusting and terrifying. The first abyssal worm was born. It crawled out of the pool of blood and then frantically pounced on another abyssal worm that was born next to it. This was the power of the law of the abyss. After the birth of any blood pool, the first thing to do was to give birth to a new mother worm. Sauron accelerated this process. Under the effect of a large number of soul crystals, thousands of abyssal worms were quickly born. Then, they crazily devoured and evolved under the eyes of the demons. A trace of power was extracted by the pool of blood. Just as Sauron created this huge pool of blood, the resurrection spells of the high-grade undead on the battlefield in the distance were weakened a lot. The number of undead that they could resurrect was greatly reduced, and the souls wandering in Thanatos were drawn to the abyss blood pool in the distance by some force. Chapter 1059. Countless skeletons were buried beneath Thanatos. Ever since the Lord of the Abyss, Orcus, took control of this plane, Thanatos had been transforming it. It could be traced back to 3,000 years ago. At that time, the earliest Orcus had not died and was resurrected. In order to transform this plane into a negative energy, he resurrected a large number of undead and transformed many undead creatures. After that, Orcus started a war with the will of the Abyss itself. The source of power in the Abyss was demons. In this world that lasted for 3,000 years, Thanatos, on the 113th floor of the Abyss, kept transforming demons with souls. Then, he was killed by the undead here. Countless demon skeletons were piled up underground. Creatures from other planes also died here. Death gave birth to the undead. Under Orcus's intentional control, he was like a devil that completed the transformation of a certain plane in the Abyss. With the accumulation of a large number of skeletons and the power of death, this plane was gradually added with negative energy. It was just like the spiritual world. But the real power did not lie here. Orcus spent so much energy not only to transform the plane, but also to seek the divine power of death. His power also came from this plane, or rather, it was the core of the place, the city of the dead, Naratel. There is a gigantic magic formation there, constantly gathering the power of death. Orcus had been drawing from it for a long time to gain enough power to contend with the gods. From an abyss worm to the most powerful demon lord. This did not only require talent and luck. Orcus was obviously hiding something in the depths of the city of the dead. In the wilderness, the army of millions of undead had been destroyed by Sauron's demon army. These low-level undead could not stop Sauron, and he did not care about these things. This was just the beginning. Sauron's goal of transforming Thanatos was not only to erase the negative energy here, but also to prepare to attack the final destination of this area, the legendary city of the dead, Naratel. There were some places in the abyss that were very difficult to break through. For example, the Endless Labyrinth, the 45th to 47th floor of the Silver City, and the City of the Dead ruled by Orcus. Silver City was Six Fingers territory. This was the territory that ran through the 45th to 47th level of the abyss. Now, this territory was divided into two halves. After the Dark Monarch died, due to the revenge of the Goddess of Wealth, these three levels were inherited by his former adjutant, Weiss. The Dark Monarch had a large number of children, but these demon children didn't have a large territory. Some of them were controlled by an evil and powerful witch. This witch had once summoned and enslaved the Dark King. Later, Due to the Dark King's vengeance, she had entered the bottomless abyss. For now, the 3 layers of the bottomless abyss were divided between them. Even after the death of the Dark Monarch, there were still a large number of Baelors stationed near the city. This was a place that even the Succubus Queen and the Spider Queen, Lolth, had a hard time conquering at their peak. The same point. As the core territory controlled by Orcus, even Sauron might not be able to take down the city of the dead, Naratel, with its huge demon army. The characteristics of Thanatos Plain were loosening. Countless wandering souls were attracted by the blood pool of the abyss and turned into worms. This time, the chaotic consciousness of the bottomless abyss was undoubtedly on Sauron's side. It relied on instinct to extract these souls, and at the same time, balance the number of demons and undead in this plane. It quickly turned a large number of wandering souls into abyssal worms, and then quickly produced the first batch of demons. This batch of demons hatched very quickly. There was a cavity in the demon's body. This cavity contained the genes of many forms of demons, including Dretch, Quasits, Glabrizu, fire demons Vrok, Baelor, and so on. Different wills and souls would extract different powers. The Tana, re-demons, were a species born from the desires of humans. Batches of berserk demons appeared one after another. These demons directly devoured the souls, tore their original bodies, and were born from the broken shells. The angry consciousness of the bottomless abyss affected the transformation of these demons. The number of other types of demons was less than 20%, while the number of berserk demons was as high as 80%. Anger. After being distorted for so long, the bottomless abyss feedback to this level was anger. Kneel! Sauron's figure rose into the air, and endless flames appeared around his body. He roared at the thousands of berserk demons that were born in front of him. You lowly worms! I am the Baelor Lord, Sauron. From today on, I am your master. Now, go to battle. Go to kill. Destroy the undead here. It is they who have imprisoned your souls for countless years. Roar. A series of roars could be heard. The newborn demons did not have much wisdom, but driven by anger and will, they were controlled by Sauron and then sent to the battlefield with the undead. The entire plain had become a meat grinder. An army of more than 100,000 demons was densely spread out within a radius of 100 kilometers. More than 10 times the number of undead gathered from all directions to resist the demons' attack. Countless tombs opened, and skeletal warriors crawled out. A large number of wandering liches and skeletal knights gathered and charged towards Sauron's demon army. This was an extremely tragic war of attrition. But Sauron could bear this kind of consumption, because as long as the Abyss blood pool was still there, his forces would continue to recover. More and more souls would become demons, and a number of undead that could be resurrected would gradually decrease. Master, just as Sauron was waiting for the result of the first battle, a slender succubus maid came out of the fog. This was a demon favored by the Lord of Shadows. She had successfully promoted to an assassin and obtained some of the abilities of a professional. Because of the innate demon level, her strength had greatly increased after being promoted to an assassin. Although she was still in the form of a succubus, she had reached the legendary level, and her body size had become smaller because of her profession. I have found the passage to the city of the dead, Naratel. The succubus assassin knelt on one knee. She handed a marker stone to Sauron and said, "There are many powerful undead wandering there. I even saw a lich and a vampire giant near an obelisk. A terrible power of death shrouds that place." Sauron's figure landed. He stretched out his hand and took the marker stone. A smile appeared on his face, and then he waved his hand and said, "Got it. Let the Hezru enter the battlefield. Crush these undead. They are just a bunch of appetizers." As Sauron's voice trailed off, tens of thousands of Hezru, who were 8 feet tall and nearly 1,000 pounds in weight, possessing astonishing strength and physique, and could use blasphemy whisper 3 times a day, joined the battlefield. They were the main cannon fodder of the demon army, and also the backbone of the frontal assault on the demon army. Hundreds of demon-hunting spiders advanced from the back of the portal. These were the monsters that Sauron had tamed. 3 teams of 6-armed snake demons advanced from the flanks. Although there were only a few dozen of these 6-armed snake demons, the effect of a real battle was equivalent to thousands of soldiers and horses. Any 6-armed snake demon could easily destroy thousands of undead troops. The real battle had begun. Sauron finally confirmed the coordinates of the City of the Dead and sent out his main army. P.S. Recently, I just want to read and not write. I read a lot of books and information and finally found the feeling of writing. Do you think Buddha's situation will be better after a beating? Ha! Moi. I love you. Chapter 1060. 6-armed Marillion were true killing machines. These terrifying creatures were 20 feet long and weighed around 4,000 pounds. They had around 30 points of strength and dexterity, as well as abilities such as defense, battle reflex, multi-attack, multi-weapon combat, violent attack, and so on. Unlike Sorin's dual-wielding, 6-armed Marillion could use up to 6 weapons at once. They also had spells such as Blade Barrier, Shadow Projection, Polymorph, Evil Aura, and so on. In this world, Aura was equivalent to a halo effect. It was a special ability that covered a certain area and was very effective in battle. When the 6-armed snake demons under Sauron's command stepped in a battlefield, they saw the undead in front of them being cut down in batches like wheat being harvested. In a large-scale battle in the Abyss, only the flame fiends with their AoE body of flames could compare to the 6-armed Marillion. However, many creatures had fire resistance, so the 6-armed Marillion's damage was higher than the flame fiends. Succubus and Vrock followed behind the 6-armed Marillion. Their mission wasn't to fight, but to collect the soul crystals dropped by the undead. The power of laws in this plane had been disrupted, which led to a higher probability of dropping soul crystals. The soul flames in the pupils of many undead immediately extinguished after death, and then quickly formed into fingernail-sized gray crystals. These were all soul crystals of lower quality. After the succubus maids sent the collected soul crystals to the abyssal blood pool, every time a batch of soul crystals was thrown in, the water in the blood pool would churn on a large scale. Then, countless flesh and blood would combine to form abyssal worms. These abyssal worms would kill each other and become new demons. The entire battle lasted for almost a day. Sauron's demons were swapped out in 3 batches, and the number of undead in front of them was greatly reduced. There were only around 200,000 of them left. The demon army had lost around 30 to 50,000. However, most of the low-ranked demons died, while the high-ranked ones had very few casualties. This was because most of the high-ranked demons could teleport and fly. More importantly, such a large-scale battle was clearly in accordance with the power of laws of the Abyss. Some of the demons automatically absorbed the soul power of the enemies when they died, and a new batch of middle-grade and high-grade demons was rapidly born in the slaughter. Now that the remaining undead were relatively powerful, Sauron did not intend to continue wasting cannon fodder. Let's get rid of these enemies. Sauron finally stepped onto the battlefield, and behind him was a group of flame imps. Raging Flame Body was activated. With Sauron as the center, the area within a radius of more than 100 meters turned into a sea of fire. The terrifyingly high temperature melted everything, and even the soil turned into glass. Behind him were batches of flame demons and fire demons. These demons activated their flaming bodies at the same time, instantly turning the area within a few kilometers into a mountain of fire. Even the other demons did not dare to approach. Sauron's flame whip, which was more than 50 meters long, swung down from the sky. Sauron finished off a Death Knight in one move. The rest of the battle was completely one-sided. The flame demons were at least legendary, and most of the fire demons were high-grade. Now, within the range of Sauron's flaming body, Any enemy that was not immune to fire damage would receive about 30 points of fire damage per second. With the average vitality of the undead being more than 100, they would be burned to ashes in 5 seconds at most. In other words, Sauron could kill millions of undead by himself, but the efficiency was very slow. The effect of the Balor demon on other enemies was suppressive. Only those who could stand within the range of Sauron's flaming body for more than 10 seconds were qualified to fight with him, and those who could reach this point in the lower planes were legendary. Enemies below legendary might not even be able to walk up to Sauron alive. Facing a powerful demon lord, the Death Knights finally could not resist. They gave up on the skeletal fortress, and some retreated to the direction of Later, while the others completely abandoned the plain. The abyss was so big, and with their strength, they could survive anywhere. Many high-grade undead did not want to stay and die. Finally, after spending half a day to clean up the battlefield, Sauron's demon army opened up a path to Later. Later was the real territory of the undead king Orcus, and also one of the most dangerous places in the abyss. From here, there was a direct path to Later. It was the real kingdom of the dead, and there were almost no traces of demons. Although it was in the abyss, it was completely occupied by the undead. Later, known as the City of the Dead, was a cold country carved on the surface of the frozen sea. The cold buildings of Later were a frozen cemetery, and there were tall mausoleums scattered everywhere. These mausoleums looked like the tombs of a human country. Some places were even paved with carpets made from the hair of the thousands of undead who could not rest in peace in Later. The army guarding this land included demon-hunting spiders, vampire giants, various high-grade undead creatures, and most of the liches. Most of the ordinary soldiers were zombies, ghouls, corpse demons, Boda corpses, and other zombies that followed the darkness. Who ruled Later seemed to be a problem. In an unknown era, a powerful demon lord by the name of Orcus claimed to own the entire plain. However, after Orcus was declared dead, a drow god of vengeance and immortality claimed to own the spoils of war as the victor and the corresponding jurisdiction of the plain, as well as the jewel on the crown of the plain, Later. However, there were convincing clues that Orcus was not dead as many people thought. He seemed to have rarely died and was resurrected once. Later, the drow god suddenly disappeared, and no one knew if she escaped or was killed. Later, this was a land that even the evil gods coveted. When Sauron's demon army arrived at this place through the portal, they immediately saw many iconic buildings of Later. The huge and magnificent mausoleums, some of which covered an area of dozens of acres, had many underground passages. In the distance, there were tall obelisks that reached into the clouds. In Later, this was a symbol because there were dozens of obelisks that reached into the clouds, and the tallest one was close to 300 meters. Legend said that this was something left behind from ancient times, and some said that it was a huge magic circle that Orcus spent thousands of years to set up. Chapter 1061. This was the real Kingdom of Death. There was a negative energy aura here that was close to the underworld. When Sauron's demon army arrived, a black mass of zombies, ghouls, zombies, Boda corpses, and carrion immediately gathered in front of them. There were so many of them that it was as if there was no end to them. However, these were not the real problem. The high-tier undead that had been left behind by some force to guard Naratel had appeared. Giant demon-hunting spiders crawled out of the mausoleum. Vampiric giants walked out from the city walls. Some liches appeared near the obelisk, and many ancient vampires crawled out from the deepest part of the tomb. These were the real guards of Orcus. They were bound here, just like the Balors hovering near the Silver Palace. The demon lord used a special method to make them guard his territory. It looks like a tough battle. Sauron stepped forward. Behind him, a huge demon army had gathered. The number of enemies was still very large, and the increasing number of high-grade undead meant that they would have to pay a high price to occupy this place. Prepare the portal. Sauron looked up at the sky and said, "Set up a cross-plane teleportation circle." There were too many enemies. With so many enemies, even if Sauron won, his demon army would be wiped out. In this case, he could only rely on the power of Mordor City. The enemies were very dense. Although there were many of them, they were gathered near the mausoleum. This was a good thing because Sauron had thought of a good way to deal with them. This could weaken the enemy's power to the greatest extent. A ray of light appeared on the obelisk in the distance. It seemed that some kind of magic circle had been activated. The place was shrouded in an unusually strong negative energy. Fortunately, Orcus did not master the power of the lock, because Sauron felt that there might be something similar to a lock in the center of the huge magic circle here. It was as if the towers of the northern witches had been combined to form a massive maze. There is also a huge defensive circle here. Unfortunately, because Orcus was dead, the liches did not activate their ability. Mordor City. In the arcane tower, Sorin's low voice sounded. Activate the teleportation device. Lock onto the spatial waymark. Activate the elemental furnace. Activate Mies's nucleus. A series of orders were given. With Thaling's help, the steel golems quickly got to work, activating the energy switches and activating the charging system of the arcane tower. Super Magic Pulse Cannon charged and activated. The entire arcane tower trembled. Then, a ray of light appeared at the top of the arcane tower. The superconducting mana pulse cannon quickly lit up. A huge amount of energy gathered, and then a portal opened on its firing path. Activate the interdimensional energy strike system. Activate the interdimensional tactical strike device. Activate bombing mode. Cut off the lock function. Energy transfer to the super arcane crystal pulse cannon. Fire. Thaling took over the firing control authority, and at the same time, used his own sophisticated computing device to lock the coordinates of the interdimensional space strike. As a ray of light flashed across the sky, a huge energy impact directly passed through the portal in midair and then fell from the sky somewhere in the bottomless abyss. Then there was a loud, rumbling sound, and the terrible energy explosion directly flattened about 3 kilometers in the center. Not only did it clear the enemies in the attack range, but at the same time, the horrifying high temperature also directly crystallized the ground. Even the gods in the form of saints could not resist the energy attack of the pulse cannon. The explosive power of the pulse cannon was more terrifying than the ship cannons in the interstellar era. This terrifying energy attack was destructive. It could even directly vaporize steel in the center, let alone the bodies of the undead. Boom! Boom! Under the control of Thaling, the pulse cannon fired continuously, and it fired more than 10 times in a row before it stopped. At this moment, in the depths of the bottomless abyss, a vacuum area had formed in front of the Baelor Lord Sauron. An area of about 60 square kilometers in front of him had been destroyed, including more than 10 tombs. Even many ancient vampires could not escape with their vaporization ability and were directly vaporized. Mortals could not resist this terrible lethality at all. Even the gods could only resist it by activating their divine shield. Ordinary energy shields would shatter in an instant. Full attack. After the arcane tower of Mordor carried out a blanket interdimensional tactical strike, Sauron waved his hand and ordered the demon army under him to launch a general attack. Countless demons howled and rushed to the obelisk in front of them. In order to avoid destroying these obelisks, Sauron only bombed the ancient tombs. Because if the obelisks were destroyed, even if he won in the end, he would only get ruins. A dense number of vampire giants appeared. These were all flesh and blood creations of Orcus, a terrible undead monster. A large number of liches appeared in front of them. Some liches began to prepare their spells, while the Baelor's silhouette rose into the air and rushed towards the enemy's rear. The assassin demons also quietly approached. Only legendary demons who had mastered advanced teleportation spells could resist these evil liches, and only they could quickly cut into the enemy's rear and interrupt the lich's spellcasting. The huge Hezru army began to advance. In the face of a large number of vampire giants, the number of casualties of the Hezru increased rapidly, and it almost became a bloody battlefield in the abyss. Sauron's demon army was quickly consumed. This was an unprecedentedly fierce battle. Even the middle and high-grade demons had almost no guarantee. They were fighting against the Devil's army, and every inch of land they occupied needed to be covered with demon blood. The six-armed Merophians rushed forward like sharp knives, but this time they suffered casualties. In the case of slaughtering so many undead, the six-armed Merophians almost didn't suffer any casualties. But now, in just the first wave of attack, several six-armed Merophians were killed by the vampire giants. A large number of Balers descended from the sky. These legendary demons brandished flame whips and stepped into the battlefield. They tore a crack, but at the same time, some Balers also perished under the siege of the ancient vampires. Every inch of land was in a battle. Sauron's demon army had just occupied the place, and they were immediately counterattacked by the high-grade undead. They were guarding this place. This was their mission. Anyone who attacked would be attacked by them. Chapter 1062. This was an extremely difficult battle. The high-grade demons under Sauron's command even felt that they were fighting against an elite army of demons. The current situation made them almost think that they were on the battlefield of the abyss. But even so, the demons did not retreat at all because madness, greed, and bloodthirst had swallowed them up. All the demons knew what it meant if they occupied this place. It meant that the Baelor Lord Sauron would become the new powerful demon lord of the abyss, and might even replace him as the giant of the abyss. In this way, the status of these high-grade demons would rise steadily. In the case of occupying multiple levels of the abyss, the most common thing for demon lords was to infect the secondary demon lords, which was a once-in-a-century opportunity for most demons. This was the pattern of the abyss. The birth of any secondary demon lord was through stepping on a pile of bones, and in the case of masters in many levels, there were very few secondary demon lords that could be born. The demons fell one by one. One by one, the undead were torn apart. The whole battle lasted for a whole day, and when the undead in front of them finally became thin, Sauron also took out his last trump card. Army of Einherjars, a group of demon believers who serve the Lord of Shadows gathered. In the abyss, many demons would follow and believe in evil gods. Whether it was the Queen of Spiders or the Goddess of Misfortune, they had many demon believers. These demon believers were different from ordinary demons. They were bound by certain restrictions and would automatically deviate to the realm of believing in gods. A huge altar had been completed. The demon believers were mainly succubus, cunning, and Glabrizu. They held a grand blood sacrifice ceremony, and then a dark red light gate opened at the back of the battlefield. Teams of demon hunters appeared from the portal. Since Sauron took control of the Kingdom of God, the demon hunters had moved into the interior of the Kingdom of God, and now there were 5,000 or 6,000 of them. Behind the demon hunters was the army of Einherjars. Many soldiers died in the city of Mordor in the main material plane. The souls of these people were reborn in the Kingdom of God and became a new batch of Einherjars. Then, a group of otherworldly god servants appeared. These otherworldly god envoys with gray wings soared into the air and led the army of heroic spirits to launch the final wave of attacks against the undead. The majestic army of heroic spirits began to advance. Their combat power was stronger than the demons. Although their individual strength was similar to that of the demons, these heroic spirits used to be the army of Moder City. Although they were dead, they retained a part of their memories and combat skills. These heroic spirits were like an elite demonic army. They advanced steadily and cooperated well. They had something that demons did not have, and that was discipline. The lethality of tens of thousands of heroic spirits in a battle was comparable to that of hundreds of thousands of demons. They were like reapers, tearing apart and destroying the undead in front of them in batches. Although there were still casualties, the ratio was much less than that of the demon army. Some of the chaotic and crazy demons had already rushed to the rear of the enemy. When these high-grade demons came back, they formed an encirclement with the army of heroic spirits. The otherworldly god envoys had more combat power than the Balers. Their gray wings escaped into the shadows and constantly killed the liches and ancient vampires in sight. These otherworldly god envoys were all given divine power by Soren. They were at least high-grade legends. A few of them had reached the level of demigod after experiencing the battle in the Kingdom of Fear. These otherworldly god servants were very powerful. The only disadvantage was that they could not leave the Kingdom of God for too long. Every time they left the Kingdom of God, they would need to consume the accumulated divine power in the Kingdom of God. The Balers also stepped on the battlefield. Sauron waved a flame whip that was 50 or 60 meters long, and with a giant beheading sword in his other hand, he rushed into the interior of the undead. An ancient vampire was slain by him, and then another high-level lich entered his field of vision. There was no technique to speak of in the battle. The enemy was an undead that had no fear or pain. The final battle was a bloody war of attrition. Until night fell, Sauron could see that all the undead had fallen, and there were corpses of demons everywhere. His army had also paid a heavy price. Roar! Excited cheers sounded. After most of the undead had been killed, the high-grade demons under Sauron's command roared fanatically. Sauron opened his huge, demonic wings, and his figure rose into the air. He roared, "We won! From today on, this place belongs to us. From Thanatos to Naratel, it's all our territory." Roar! Roars of fanaticism sounded from all directions. Even the stupidest demon knew that they had won. A huge territory. They had occupied a level. After paying a huge price, they finally took down the 113th floor of the abyss. Master! The tall figure of the succubus owner appeared behind Sauron. Her leather armor was stained with blood. It seemed that she had also joined the battle. She knelt down on one knee in front of Sauron and said, "About 50% of the demon army has died, but we have obtained a huge number of soul stones. We should be able to recover soon." The goblin demon warlocks found countless rare materials in Naratel's warehouse. At the same time, there are about 100 legendary soul stones. We have controlled some of the lich's phylacteries. They're now sealed around the portal. Master, you should deal with them first. The liches were not so easy to kill. If it was not killed by divine power, the liches would be resurrected. But fortunately, the liches of Naratel were bound here, so their phylacteries were also kept in the deepest part of the castle. I know, Sauron nodded. Nearly half of his demon army had died in this battle. More than 100,000 demons had fallen in the hands of the undead. But the harvest was also huge. Not only could the soul stones be used to create more demons, but it could also allow a large number of demons to level up. To Sauron, no matter how tragic the battle was, as long as they won, it meant that more demons would appear. This was a process of reducing the demon army. Battles and massacres allowed the demons to level up quickly. Nearly half of the demon army had died, which meant that after the battle, there would be tens of thousands of demons that would enter the realm of middle and advanced. These demons would become the main force of the demon army. Almost half of the demons under Soren's command had advanced through battles and were not recruited from other places. These demons were more loyal and obedient. Clean up the battlefield. Sauron's figure rose into the air. He was ready to take a look at the lich's phylacteries and the legendary soul stones. Chapter 1063. In the depths of Nalatel, Sauron saw a pile of strange lich phylacteries. The most obvious feature was that they looked almost the same. There was no doubt about it. These liches were all man-made, and the purpose of their existence was to protect Nalatel. Sauron picked up a dark golden lich phylactery and immediately felt a control circle. Orcus created these liches and control their souls. As long as he controlled the phylactery, he could control these liches. However, the price of doing so was that these liches lost the ability to evolve. They were not liches transformed from legendary mages. After their phylacteries were controlled, it was impossible for them to evolve into demigod liches. They had been guarding Nalatel for a long time, so their strength and potential had been limited. On the other side was a whole box of legendary soul crystals. Nalatel was the territory of the undead. The most common thing here was soul crystals. The undead were the creatures that dropped the most natural soul crystals. Looks like a good harvest. On the other side of the treasury, there were a lot of materials. The undead did not care about gold or silver, so most of the materials here were gems and rare minerals. In the long years of running Nalatel, the undead had thoroughly explored this plane and found a lot of valuable minerals. Sauron saw a lot of mithril, adamantine, thorium, astral stones, arcanite ingots, and so on. These were all materials made by the liches. Some rare materials from the astral world could be found at the edge of the abyss. In the center of Nalatel was a huge fortress, and there was a huge control circle inside the fortress. Sure enough, Sauron stepped on the circle in front of him and immediately felt that the obelisks in all directions were under his control. They had a special function because these obelisks could gather the power of death. Orcus really wants to get his hands on the godhood of death. The power of the obelisks gathered the power of death. This was the key to Orcus becoming the king of undead. What a pity! Sauron quickly walked down and shook his head. Just with the power of death, without a godhood and believers, it is impossible to compete with the real god of death. But this gave Orcus the characteristic of being undead. The number of spoils was huge. Some of them would stay in the bottomless abyss, while the other would be sent to Moder City. As for the most critical batch of legendary soul crystals, Sauron only kept about 1/5 of them and sent the rest to Moder City. After Moder City developed a diamond planet, most of the conditions for building a diamond golem had been met. The only thing missing was high-level soul crystals. These legendary soul crystals were enough to create a large number of top-tier diamond golems. They could even be used to create advanced versions of the diamond golems, which were the legendary constructs that protected the arcane towers. They were a weakened version of Thaling. They did not have the supportability of Thaling, and most of their functions were used for fighting and killing. The Devil Legion had suffered heavy casualties. With such a large number of casualties, Sauron had no choice but to postpone his plan to attack Ghoul King Dorison. Instead, he began infecting some lesser demon lords. The territory he controlled now was already very large. The huge territory from Thanatos to Letair was enough for Sauron to infect more than a dozen lesser demon lords, but he did not do so. Instead, he selected 7 demon lords and promoted them to lesser demon lords. Each level of the bottomless abyss was big and small. The 113th level of Thanatos was relatively medium-sized, and it was enough for Sauron to infect a group of lesser demon lords. However, while Thanatos could be given away, Letair definitely couldn't. There were still many secrets in this place. Furthermore, the death energy here was abnormally dense. Orcus had practically turned this place into half a divine kingdom. The secrets of these obelisks must not be known by other demons. Sauron was ready to control this place himself, and at the same time, study how Orcus obtained the power of death. Orcus had many powers that only the god of death had, such as the Hand of Death, the resurrection of the undead, and so on. At the same time, the staff of Orcus could directly turn the target it killed into the undead. This power was not easy even for the god of death. On the other side, in the distant city of Moder, just after Sauron broke through the last fortress of Letair, Sauron opened his eyes in an instant. A golden ray of light shot out from his eyes. Finally, it's time. Sauron's figure stood up, and the light of divine power gathered all over his body. He looked like a golden armored giant. He stretched out his hand toward the sky, and all the temples on the island of Moder suddenly rang loudly. Then countless power of faith converged toward the great temple, and a majestic divine power was mobilized and condensed by him. Divine molding. Change form. Soren was holding the staff of Orcus in his hand. During this time, he had been staying in the temple to crack the secrets of this artifact. When Later was broken, some kind of blessing on the artifact was broken in an instant. Shrill screams were heard. Just after Soren broke the protection of the staff of Orcus, the screams of countless souls suddenly sounded. This was an extremely evil divine artifact. Just like the famous Frostmourne, the essence of the staff of Orcus was to turn any dead creature into the undead, and at the same time, imprison the souls of many mortals. Over the long years, the divine artifact had imprisoned too many souls. The evil power it possessed was not much weaker than that of Orcus himself, because every time Orcus was resurrected, he would have to obtain the divine artifact to truly come back to life. Countless souls turned into ferocious wraiths and rushed towards Soren. This was the backlash of the artifact, and it was also Orcus' last resistance. If a mortal faced such an attack, they would almost certainly die. If someone accidentally destroyed the artifact with Mage's Disjunction, they would almost immediately die under the backlash. However, Soren was a true god after all, and a true god close to the great divine power. In the face of the black fog formed by countless wraiths, he just raised his hand in the sky, and then a light gate appeared in front of him. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Soren stretched out his hand toward the void, and immediately tens of thousands of wraiths were caught by him. Then he waved his hand toward the light gate in front of him, and a huge suction force burst out. Screams of horror were heard. Countless wraiths were forcibly sucked into the light gate, sent into Soren's kingdom, and then thrown into the pool of reincarnation. Finally, cracks appeared on the staff of Orcus, and a human soul that looked a little fat appeared in front of Soren. This was the original body of Orcus, and also his appearance when he was a mortal. Chapter 1064. No, no, no. The human soul that looked a little fat in front of him roared unwillingly, but Soren's expression did not change at all. He did not hesitate to reach out and grab the soul in front of him, then crushed him directly. A huge amount of soul energy exploded. Orcus's power turned into countless divine lights and poured into Soren's body. A row of data appeared in front of him. You have killed the undead king, Orcus soul form. Extracting the target's soul energy. You have gained 150,000 slaughter EXP. Extracting the target's divine power. You have gained 10 divinity points. Extracting the target's divine power. You have gained 5 divine power. Devour the target's divine power. You have gained the undead trait. Your death domain has been upgraded. You have gained the additional ability Undead Summon. You have gained the additional ability Undead Summon. A wave of death energy blended into Soren's body. Orcus's weak soul was crushed without hesitation. At the same time, along with Orcus's complete death, a special undead trait was also absorbed by Soren. Undead trait. Your soul has seen through the mystery of death, which allows you to escape death. This is a power that only gods can have. When your physical body dies, your soul can use external objects to revive you. The undead trait makes your soul stronger. It seems that only the real Grim Reaper can kill you. The source of Orcus's revival. Soren seemed to have felt something, and then a smile appeared on his face. It seems that Orcus is a little unfortunate. After gaining the undead trait, Soren finally understood why Orcus kept reviving. It was because of this ability to see through the mystery of death that many people could not completely kill Orcus after killing him. However, Soren was different from others. He had inherited the power of the 3 gods of death, and this was what Orcus was most afraid of. Only the Grim Reaper could really kill him. Soren's power happened to meet this requirement. Otherwise, the other gods could only imprison and seal Orcus's soul, just like what others did in the past. This trait doesn't seem to be useful to me. Soren frowned and muttered, "The form of a true god can be revived. As long as it's not during the Avatar crisis or in the Abyss Blood War, the possibility of a god being revived is very high. Furthermore, the Grim Reaper can eliminate the undead trait and kill the target. For now, there are quite a lot of gods with the clergy of death active in the material plane. This was a trait was basically useless. Unless Soren killed all the gods with the clergy of death, this trait was completely useless. Fortunately, after killing Orcus, Soren's domain of death was upgraded again, and at the same time, the domain of undead was extended. This special extension allowed Soren to obtain the power of Undead Summon and Undead Summon, and at the same time, it also allowed his priest to access the domain of Undead Summon. In other words, from now on, the priests in Soren's church could use necromancy spells. For example, the divine spells that could awaken skeletons, control undead creatures, and summon undead in groups. These were not divine spells that could be used before, but now, because of Soren's upgrade, his priests could have two types of summoning abilities at the same time. One was to summon shadow creatures, and the other was to summon undead creatures. A little bit of golden light spread out from the temple. When Soren sat on the throne again, all the priests in the material plane who believed in and served Soren felt something, and then they found that there were some additional spells in the divine spells that they could use. These spells were fed back to the priests through the perception of the gods, and they had to reach a certain level of strength to access the domain of Undead Summon. Waves of prayers were heard. Countless priests began to pray and praise the greatness of Soren, because they had no doubt that the god they served just now had become even more powerful. Of course, the real power of this domain was not here. However, Soren was a little doubtful about whether he should activate this ability. After he killed Orcus, it seemed that the domain of believers had expanded to include undead creatures. Soren seemed to be able to receive the faith of the undead. This was an ability that only the true god of death had. Whether it was Naruto or Klemvox, they had a lot of believers of the undead. At the same time, among the special abilities that Soren could give to his believers, there was also a special power that could be gained after a deep access to the domain of the undead, and that was half-undead transformation and undead transformation. At present, Soren could only activate the special bloodline to transform shadow creatures. His believers could transform into shadow creatures through some kind of ritual, giving up some of their human characteristics and gaining the ability of shadow creatures. At the same time, their lifespan would be greatly increased. The transformation into undead was even more thorough, directly turning them into undead creatures. In theory, their lifespan would be extremely long, but they would have the weakness of undead creatures. Forget it. Soren thought about it carefully and shook his head. Let's not activate the ability to transform into undead for now. After all, the undead were not living people. This was not necessarily a good thing for Soren's church, and he had not fully mastered the domain of death yet. If he activated this domain, the church would become even more complicated. In a situation where there were already shadow creatures, it was not a good thing for Soren to join an undead church. Moreover, Soren's kingdom needed to be filled up. If many of his believers turned into undead when they were about to die, where would the souls in the kingdom come from? On one point, Soren agreed with Klemvox's teachings. That was, the undead should not disturb the world of the living too much. This would make the boundary between life and death blur. What Soren needed more were the petitioners in his kingdom, not a bunch of undead. Even though the petitioners were reincarnated after death and lost many of their memories, they still had their emotions and thoughts. However, the undead were completely different. In the long run, the undead were more harmful than beneficial to Soren's church. Chapter 1065. I only need 15 more divinity points to become a great divine power. For Soren, the greatest joy he got from killing Orcus was not the undead's ability, but the fact that he was one step closer to becoming a great divine power. Currently, Soren's divinity points were 505, which was more than most intermediate gods. Even if he was compared to a great divine power, he would not be too far behind. Moreover, Soren's demon avatar still had some divinity points. Although it was not a lot, it would not be a problem for him to accumulate about 550 divinity points. After all, there were many demons in the abyss who had a trace of divinity. Then there was Soren's divinity points. After a long period of accumulation, his divinity points had reached 285. This meant that as long as Soren killed an enemy of low to medium divine power, he could directly advance to the level of great divine power. Who else? Soren searched deep in his memory for a god that was most likely to be killed and least likely to offend. For now, the undead calamity had reached its final stage. This stage was a period of rebellion, which meant that many undead had lost control and started to go berserk. The reason for this was that Naruto had given up on controlling these undead and was preparing to absorb the power of death to become a great divine power. Klemvox says eternal rest, domain had been shattered. This last wave of the undead calamity could be divided into 3 parts, which are the 3 epic quests that the adventurers participated in. The first part was related to the Red Robe Wizards. The Red Robe Wizards' chief necromancer, Sarzastin, was a powerful demigod lich. He led many of the remaining Red Robe Wizards to attack the Tori region. Because the Red Robe Wizards were almost destroyed, the remaining wizards were necromancers and liches. Therefore, this part of the battle affected the entire Tori region. The gods involved included the Lady of Silva Moon, the goddess of aristocracy, the god of craftsmanship, and the god of suffering. The churches of these gods secretly intervened to stop the Red Robe Wizards, and the high-grade adventurers also accepted this epic quest. In the end, Sarzastin died, and the Red Robe Wizards returned to the world of undead. But now it was hard to say. It mainly depended on whether the other gods would personally take action. After all, there are not that many adventurers now. The second part of the quest was about the retaliation of the dragon cultists and the dragon witchcraft sect. Soren had already dealt a heavy blow to this part of the quest. Moreover, there were already dragons from the good faction attacking the members of the dragon witchcraft sect. Therefore, this part of the epic level quest should be the least difficult. With other giant dragons involved, the dragon witch cult would not be able to do much. Besides, Naruto did not have the time to help them. The third part was the key. This was the top epic mission since the outbreak of the Avatar Crisis. Back then, those who were qualified to join this epic quest were basically adventurers of the legendary to demigod level. Now, the natives who were qualified to participate had to be at least demigod level. This part of the epic quest was divided into 3 camps. Naruto, Klemvox, the king of the dead, Sirik, the god of murder, and the goddess of death and magic from another world. However, the latter was only here to fish in troubled waters and would not really risk her life for the priesthood. Therefore, the third part was the decisive key. Adventurers could choose to intervene in one of the 3 factions. There were other gods behind the 3 factions, and according to the original progress, the final winner should be the god of death. However, Soren had also inherited the power of the 3 gods of death. That was to say, if Soren wanted to, he was also qualified to intervene in this battle. The god of death, Nero, was currently the most powerful one. After preparing for the undead calamity for a long time, Nero ambushed Kalemver and severely injured him. Then, Nero broke the eternal slumber, domain, and triggered the calamity. With a large number of undead being resurrected and the living dying, the power of death in the material plane had gathered to a critical point. This power could directly promote a god who mastered the priesthood of death to a great divine power. Naruto was preparing for the last step. When the whole sacrificial ceremony reached its peak, he would appear to absorb this power and directly replace Klemvox as the master of death. In this case, Klemvox would not sit still and wait for death. Therefore, When Naruto was ready to be promoted to a great divine power, Klimvox would definitely appear to stop him. At the same time, Rick, who also hated Klimvox and held the priesthood of murder, would also make a move. Soren was now faced with a choice. Which part of the last 3 parts of the disaster of the undead? If it was the first part, it would be very easy for him to solve, and the rewards would also be less. The second part was even less valuable. After all, the god of Lich had fallen, and there were other dragons involved. The defeat of the dragon, which cult, was only a matter of time. However, the third part of the story was too mixed up with good and bad people. According to Soren's understanding, the other gods who were secretly watching all of this were the Lady of Night, the Lady of Silver Moon, the Goddess of Magic, the God of Light, the Queen of Spiders, the God of War, the Goddess of Doom, and so on. Everyone had some ideas about this, but there were not many who were willing to fight for their lives. This was not a trivial matter, because it was related to the structure of the lower planes of the multiverse. In particular, the final winner would gain the right to rule the underworld. This was the most important point. Klimvox and the Goddess of Magic used to be lovers, and he was considered the kindest of the gods of death. At the same time, he had a good relationship with the Lady of Silver Moon. However, because of his teachings, Klimvox was very hostile in the eyes of the undead and evil creatures. The realm of eternal rest made many of the undead turn their backs on him. Originally, the believers of Mirko defected to the world of souls because of his teachings and the realm of eternal rest. Soren pondered and murmured, "Sirik has many enemies, and now he has almost no allies. Apart from his own cunning, he is the weakest one. Naruto is the real enemy. Not only does he control most of the underworld, but he also has the support of many undead kings, and the strength of his own church is very strong. But he also has a weakness, that is, his teachings are more extreme, and he is a god from another world. Even if he has been here for thousands of years, it does not change his nature as a god from another world. If I really want to fight for the priesthood of death, then personal strength is not the most important point. The ownership of the underworld determines the structure of the multiverse. The believers of the gods have to be transported through the river Styx. In the end, many gods with great divine power may intervene in the outcome of the priesthood of death. In this case, if I really want to fight for the position of the god of death, then lobbying the other gods is imperative. The interests involved in death were too great. After all, Soren's foundation was still a little shallow. If he wanted to join this competition, he must first try to lobby the other gods. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.